Hi! Excuse my God. Jesus Christ. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing out there? Yay, it's Thursday. Thursday. Yay, 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 yay. So glad you're all here. Let's see who we got here. Let's see who, preferably the Bond part of that, Meowzord. Okay. Let's see who we have here. Let us see who we got here. Um, we have, first of all, Sarah F. Hello, Sarah F. Hello, Sarah F. Sarah F. being a great one of our background viewers. Gotta love you, Sarah F. You are an equal. I hope you know, even though I keep making it sound like you're separate. You are an equal. The people that watch and don't act taught much, you're all just as strong members of the community as anyone else. I want to point that out. Okay, anyway, hello, Sarah. So glad you're here. Retro Asher, hello, Retro Asher. Oh my God, Retro Asher, you're the first one over there on Twitch. Well done, Retro Asher. Props to you, Retro Asher. Props to you. Speaking of props, look, guys, I have repaired the jester stick, the jester scepter, with the rubber band. So that is, got to do some, you know, repairs when you're constantly breaking shit in your pores, so you don't want to have, So anyway, I got quickly repaired the jester scepter. Okay. Fetty Spaghetti, how dare you? All right. Vaporeous Orb, Demosthenes. Hello, Demosthenes. How you doing over there? How are things over in Indiana? God knows they're probably terrible, but glad you're here, Demosthenes. Macon, hello, Macon. So glad you're here, Macon. So glad you're here, as always, Macon. Love having you around, Macon. Fantastic. Okay, Cody is here. Hello, Bing Bond to you as well, Cody. Bing Bond to you as well. As I said to Meowzord, with more emphasis on the Bond part of that, for the sake of everyone. Though Bing cherries are very nice. Bing cherries are very nice. Bing, though, as a search engine, not that great. Regardless, Cody, yes, Bing Bond to you as well, Cody. See, I can turn anything. I can make commentary out of anything, really. Hello, Alyssa. Alyssa, I'm so glad you're here. Hey, hey to you, Alyssa. Hey is for horses, Alyssa. Okay, God, what are you, a farm animal? Jesus, like I don't know why I'm being so mean to you, Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa. So glad you're here. Right, so glad you're here. And I know you work tomorrow and on Saturday. Sorry to remind you. I don't even know why I said that. Anyway, this is awkward now. Okay, moving on. Macon, yes, sleep is still effed up from daylight savings time. Oh, I totally get that, Macon. I have been feeling so blah ever since daylight savings time. It's like only an hour difference, but for some reason it's screwed with me too, so I totally get that. I totally get that. Sir Bartholomew's here. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. So glad you're here, Sir Bartholomew. Another classic member of the community here. Meowzord is here, which is perfect. Meowzord is always great. Always great to have Meowzord around. Of course. J-Mac exclaims in all caps, "We're all gonna die. Cry face, cry face, cry face." Yeah, J-Mac, I know. I know, J-Mac, everyone dies. Everyone dies. It's okay. We had a good run, J-Mac. We had a good run. Okay, Macy, I think we should set politics aside in order to come together and abolish daylight savings time. Join the club, Macy. I feel the same way. It's really kind of worthless at this point. Regardless. Weird cultural shit. I guess we'll keep it for shits and giggles. SoCal is here. Hello, SoCal. Hello, SoCal. SoCal says I was the first on YouTube, but YouTube hates me again and is censoring me. Well, does anyone here really blame YouTube for that, SoCal? I mean, it is you, SoCal. I mean, remember how you were like censored from like Discord and shit for some reason, even though we didn't do it to you? Anyway, but SoCal, so glad you're here. SoCal, glad you're here. Of course, YouTube seems to hate everyone. Fetty Spaghetti, hello, Fetty Spaghetti. Fetty Spaghetti, in a very assholic move for the beginning of stream, says Sam said separate but equal. Hell yeah, brother. You're so funny, Fetty Spaghetti. I almost said Spetty Spaghetti or whatever. Anyway, you're so funny. Great history reference there, Fetty Spaghetti. Shame on you, though. Shame on you for equating me. Though I did kind of say that, We don't have to remember that. Whatever. Screw you, Fetty Spaghetti. So glad you're here, Fetty Spaghetti. Spaghetti. I can't speak. Your kitties are so adorable, and so the food you make makes me so jealous. One of these days, I'm going to demand you send me some of your food for the sake of the community, of course, not for my own personal joy. Anyway, LaCroix's here. Hello, LaCroix. So glad LaCroix's here. Hello, LaCroix. So glad you're here. Ivana Be Spanked. Ivana Be Spanked is here. Good morning. Ivana is also a backgrounder who is just as equal as anyone else, separate but equal, as Fetty would say. So glad you're here, Ivana. So glad you're here. Can't forget Bing Chilling. Um, Been chilling. Hello, meow. So I already said hello to you. I'm not going to say it again. Okay, whatever. I'm skipping that. Fetty Spaghetti, you survived the meteor impact, so I'll fax you some. Thank you, Fetty. Yes, I did. There was a meteor that went across the sky in Ohio and caused a big explosion. That was fun. It's one of the lesser of my concerns right now, but yes, all right. Don't you too, Alyssa? You want some of Fetty's food? I want some of your food, Alyssa. Yours looks great too. Okay, guys, you know what? So much to talk about. So much to talk about today, as always, because everything is a goddamn yeah. LaQual, I don't blame God for that one, right? It actually makes me almost want to be a Christian at this point, or a Jewish, or I don't know, whatever, some Abrahamic religion. If God wants to wipe Ohio off the map, that might be the most merciful thing I've ever heard of a God do. All right, so let's see here. Ivana B. Spanked says 15% chance it was a missile. Right, that's a bit of a low. I think that's a bit of a low calculation there, Ivana, but fair. Yes, Elliot Waffle says my wife heard the bane. She thought the washing machine might have collapsed through the. Oh my God, Elliot! I didn't know that you lived in Ohio or near Ohio. Are you in Ohio? I'm guessing, but yeah, I didn't hear the bane, but I know plenty of people who did hear the bane. So I love that. I love that very much. That's fantastic. Ohio, one of God's little targets, let's put it that way. Okay, Alyssa, I can't bake, so I really want some of her I got you, Alyssa, but you seem to make really good, like, dinners and stuff, Alyssa, I will say. Like, I saw that what was that taco you did? The tacos you did recently looked great to me. Okay, that's right, Ellie, I knew that, you've told me that, okay. Um, was God Macy says, "Was God trying to put Ohio back to Texas?" I guess so, apparently. Okay, guys. Hello, gluteomyalgia. Where have you been? God damn you, ass pain. You're such a pain in the ass. Where have you been? Hello, gluteomyalgia. CR says, hola, como esta? I don't know why I did it in that accent because I'm a racist piece of shit. But yes, hello, gluteomyalgia. Hello, ass pain. I'm doing fine. How are you? Okay. I would have thought it was the grain elevator exploding. Well, it could be anything in Ohio. God, it could be our governor farting. Okay, how dare you, Sir Bartholomew? All right, so let's go on here, folks. Let's get into the good stuff, right? We got a lot to talk about today, as always. A lot of it shitty as fuck. God, look, I'm already cursing. I'm not gonna get nearly as many views now. Whatever, screw it. I don't care. I say what I want. Okay. Um, can't get on by my good looks. Okay, I bet you could, gluteomyalgia. I bet you could if you tried. Okay. So, a few things to talk about here, guys. So, what we're going to do, we have some news items to cover. We're going to, hello, Fox. We're going to have some news items to cover, as always. Some interesting things to talk about in that arena, let me tell you. And then, not cataclysmic at all. Nothing terribly depressing except the end of the world, etc. And then we have the second of our series here. Yes, I'm calling it a series now to make it sound official. The last time we had a stream on Tuesday, we discussed elite theory and how there's the theory that there are a set of elites that basically have the power in the United States. And today we're going to do a little more of elite stuff, talking about a different aspect of the elites in the United States. So where I posted even on Discord saying anyone who wasn't here for the elite theory presentation, you could go back and look at the last stream to get sort of an intro. I will slightly do I'll do a very quick rehash of it, and then I'll continue with a few more interesting things. You don't have to have seen the last one to understand this one, but might as well stick to one topic for a few days just to get you guys a deep understanding of something deeply important. So we'll talk about that after we look at the news items. Some of the news items. I think we might do some news items, then some more news items. Who knows? We might just do all the news items first and then do that. Then we are going to watch a new video by One Perfect Union. Is that what it's called? One Perfect Union? About Tradwives, about the Tradwife movement, which I think is going to be super interesting. The Tradwife movement is something that I have not sort of intuitively understood, or like it hasn't fully made sense to me with I don't know much about it, but we're gonna just watch what they have to say about it, okay? Um, and thank you, more perfect union, Macy. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with like being an at-home wife, okay? If that's what you want to do, and families can make their own decisions. I am not demonizing that. It's the movement that has been recent. There's a lot of like a lot of right wingers pushing for that, and even some elites pushing for it. So we're gonna watch a video about that, the growing tradwife movement, just to see what we can learn about it. Uh, Okay, sure, Macy, absolutely. Glad that actually is a good idea, Macy. I already watched it. A video was great. I feel like you should interview Alyssa and I and compare us to okay, sure, Macy. That would be actually really interesting. I would like at some point to interview an at-home mom. Um, because a lot of people have a distorted view of like what at home moms do. I think there's a lot of conflating tradwives with at home moms or at home wives. Well, we'll get to it. We'll talk about it, okay? All right. So hello, Gwen. Good, you brought a late good. Where's your late note, Gwen? You brought your late note? Good. I'll take a look at that, and I'm gonna call your parents. If you show up late to class again, Gwen, I swear to God. I swear to God, Gwen. I don't know what I swear, except if you have a note, then I can't do much about it. Anyway, hello, a pizza that giant. Hello, a pizza that giant. Great to see you here, pizza that giant. Yeah, darn right, Gwen. All right. Um, Alyssa, my sister always says I'm not a trad wife. I'm the matriarch. This is my there you go, Alyssa. Okay. Who would have thought, Macy? Okay, hey, we have 6 kids. My wife is a perfect candidate. Hey, that'd be perfect, Ludomag. I'd actually yeah, I want to do more interviews, folks, of like regular people because I feel like people talk to regular don't hear about what regular people have to say enough. And I know that might sound boring to some people, but remember when we interviewed Aaron and it was actually really interesting to hear about some of the shit he struggles with at work? No, you're not, Lacroix. I only care about people, Lacroix. Okay. Jesus, Lacroix coming in here claiming to not be a lizard person. Okay, I'm just kidding, Lacroix. But anyway, we'll talk about that. Let's get onto it, guys. We have some news items. We have some news items. All right. Some news items. Let's get into it. Yeah, they Lacroix. No, Lacroix. I'm no longer. Guys, I am officially retiring. I am officially retiring the bisexual jokes. Okay, I gotta tell ya, it is officially retired. The jester has had his fill of making fun of and targeting bi people. Okay, bi people have won. Okay, the bis have won. They have much more control over our institutions than I previously thought. They're basically the Illuminati. I lost that. Okay, I lost that battle. Uh, okay, no. Actually, the reason I am stopping, yeah, the reason I'm stopping the buy jokes, guys, is because I started realizing that even though I didn't intend it this way, there is a common trend, guys. That is a common way that bi people are targeted, especially in the LGBTQ community. There are some gay people who will say that bi people aren't really bi and stuff like that. And it's sort of a form of biphobia. Yeah, it is. But I hope you all know that that is not what I meant. It was just a joke because I accidentally forgot to include bi people once when I was listing people of various sexualities. And then I decided to get revenge by constantly saying that because so many people corrected me. But I don't want to push that narrative for people who don't understand the stream, okay? Exactly, Macy. That don't get that I'm joking, okay? So I'm not gonna do the bi jokes anymore. I'm not gonna say what I said before about bi people, all right? Because then I realized I'm like, oh wait, I should not be making this joke because people won't be able to tell the difference. Okay, anyway. Same thing with non-binary people. I made okay, regardless. No, never Paul Squaw. I'm not crazy Paul Squaw. I'm never gonna celebrate bi culture. What's that? Okay. I still don't think they're people. Okay, oh my god, see, look, I'm already doing it. I'm already doing it. Never mind. We're stopping it. We're stopping it. Okay, we're stopping it. Um uh uh yes. Yeah, Eloqua. And it honestly, guys, it's partially my fault. I mean, of course it's my fault. But I'm not a bi person, so you know, I had to actually learn academically about that before I understood the problem with it. You see what I mean? But from what I know, that is something that within the gay community, there's biphobia, and that is, so it's not a good look, okay, for me to do that. Anyway, yep. Anyway, moving on. I'm afraid of binoculars, though, gluteomyalgia. How do they make you look so far away? All right, guys, moving on. So, okay, let's go on here. So we have some news items, right? We have some news items. Oh, Jesus, I don't even know if I want to talk about it. Okay, let's get in. Yeah, Macy, I know. Yeah, okay. To be clear, guys, I've never not liked bi people, okay? I've dated bi people. I know bi people exist, etcetera. I was irresponsible with my language in terms of that joke, okay? All right. So, let's go on here. We have a few things to talk about. The first thing I wanna talk about, guys, for the sake of, the world, yeah, right, pizza that giant, the world is literally on fire, right? Okay, here okay, so first of all, fun fact here. So, what was it? Yesterday, our favorite country in the world, someone name it. Um, okay, I know, I'm sorry, Cody, I'm not gonna erase you anymore, okay? Mainly because it brings you joy for me to do that. Alright, so our favorite country in the world, which I guess could be a mix of the United States or Israel. Most of you I know love Israel. You have an Israeli flag waving in your yard. You know, you have an image. Lacroix. Oh, shut up, Lacroix. You know that's not true. You celebrate. I don't know. You have a portrait of Netanyahu on the wall. You know, most of you. Um, but a few. Was it yesterday? Yeah, there you go. J Mac prays to BB every day. Israel decided, apparently unilaterally, to bomb one of the largest gas fields in the world, one of the largest and most, I don't know if it's one of the largest, but it's one of the most productive natural gas fields in the world, located in Iranian waters. Um, and during this war, by the way, both sides have generally, not completely, but overall have generally avoided hitting energy infrastructure. Now, yes, there have been some strikes on oil facilities, but we're talking very limited in terms of what could be done on these facilities, all right? Okay. So, Israel, though, decided to, bomb, uh, a a section of a giant oil field in Iranian territory. What is it called? What is it called? I just remembered. Yeah, it's the biggest liquefied natural gas. What is this called? God damn it. Uh what is the name of that field? It should I was literally I just read about it. I just saw it. Oh, the Bob Field? Is it the Bob Field? Well, whatever the name of this field is. It's a very big oil and natural gas field, okay? And or natural gas field, okay? And this is a that's right, South Pars, excuse me, South Pars. So, let me show you a map here just so you know what we're talking about. Um South Pars, just so you know why this is important. South Pars gas field. Let me just show you a map. Okay, so right here, this is a great image. What the hell is this? The Times of India? Okay. So here we have a map of this. So this is a map. I don't know if you guys can see this very well. Hopefully you can. You know what? We'll open up the image in a new tab if it lets me. There it is. Okay. So you see here, guys, this is a map of the Persian Gulf. It could also be called the Arabian Gulf. Okay. And this red area is a giant natural gas field. This is Qatar right here, or Qatar. I've never really known how to pronounce it. And then Iran's over here. So most of it is in Qatar's territorial waters, and a big chunk of it is actually in Iran's territorial waters. So Israel bombed yeah, me too, Paul Squaw. It's hard to see. Israel bombed the Iranian section of this giant natural gas field. And both sides have generally avoided this, right? Because these are very important for the whole planet, okay? Something like what, 20% of all the world's natural gas and oil and stuff come from this region. Um, and so to start attacking all these energy things is going to massively escalate the war and cause huge implications across the planet. And so Israel, without apparently, basically unitarily, attacked this gas field. And what has happened is now Iran obviously and understandably has responded by starting to attack a bunch of oil and gas fields in other countries around it. Now, this is NPR. So this is an article from NPR. All right. And just to show you how a lot of times mainstream news sources sort of distort narratives, even if they don't completely lie, they distort the narrative, right? This is a good article, but again, when you read articles like this, just be cautious about uh, blames and stuff like that. Okay. So it says here Iran attacked, notice how they start the article. Iran attacked the world's biggest liquefied natural gas complex in Qatar, targeted a gas field and facility in the United Arab Emirates, fired missiles and launched drones on a Saudi Arabian oil field and on two Kuwaiti gas units on Thursday. And then the very last line of this paragraph is following Israel's bombing of Iran's South Pars gas field a day earlier. All right. So, yeah, they do mention that Israel started it and then Iran responded by doing the same thing, but isn't it interesting how they frame that paragraph? They're like Israel Iran attacked well after Israel attacked, okay? But they wait till the last line. Okay. So they tell the truth, but they just frame it in an odd way. Okay. So the attacks marked a major escalation in the war with Iran as the war with Iran approached its third week. The strike sent shockwaves across the global energy market, which was already reeling from the consequences of Iran's chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, a key conduit of the world's oil supply. Brent crude oil, the international standard, was above 110 a barrel in Thursday morning trading, an increase of over half since the start of the war on February 28th. President Trump said on social media that the U.S. knew nothing about the Israeli attack on Iran's South Pars gas field, but he threatened Iran. He threatened Iran that the U.S. would blow up the gas field if they continued attacking. So, to be clear, it does appear because Donald Trump then came out and said Israel's not going to do that again. And he seemed very upset that Israel did this. And he got called Israel and said, stop doing this bullshit. So now, that, by the way, I'm not defending Donald Trump. He brought all this upon himself. But this goes to show that Israel launched this attack. And Donald Trump is very pissed about it because he's a moron and he thought that he could control the situation. He thought that, starting a war with Iran wouldn't ultimately result in oil fields and shit being bombed, especially if you threaten their existence. Okay, obviously that's what's going to happen. Everyone knows it, especially if you're letting Israel lead the charge. They're going to do whatever they want. So this really is ultimately Trump's fault. Yeah, Fox. I mean, from what I heard, the USA did partially aid in this attack. Okay, but not like I do believe Trump when he says that he wasn't sure that he didn't know that this would happen, and that does not make it any better at all. Okay, but it's the whole thing is very stupid, obviously, but it's like expected. You know what I mean? Okay, so because he does seem pretty pissed with Israel. So this, of course, guys, is going to have a massive impact on global energy prices. Yeah, and guys, I don't blame Iran at all. Good for them. Like, yeah, if if a foreign power is telling you they want to exterminate your country, which is what we've basically said, we want to destroy Iran, and the best you can do is try and take down everyone with you to try and increase the cost to the planet for destroying you, which will put pressure on the United States and Israel. So that's what Iran's doing. What else are they going to do? They have the ability to target all these important oil facilities. Why not? Clearly it's upsetting Trump. It's working, okay? So, but this is all very predictable. Like, of course they're going to do that. We should have known that. But Israel, of course, doesn't care. All right, they don't care. Anyway, and Trump is probably getting pushback from businesses. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and Trump is getting pushback from big businesses and Americans who are getting upset by increasing oil prices. By the way, in Europe, Ivana, you know it. You know I am too. I am rooting for Iran to some extent. Now, no one clip that and post that, please, because I don't want. Well, okay, but yes, of course I support Iran. Okay, let's hope that the Department of Homeland Security doesn't come looking for me. Okay, so moving on, we J Mac, how dare you? So what was I going to say? By the way, natural gas prices in okay, natural gas prices in Europe have gone up like 30%. Okay? This is having massive global impacts on energy prices, and hey, they already blocked the Strait of Hormuz. This is just gonna further increase energy prices. Of course, yeah, of course, Meowsword, he's not. Okay, he's not learning from history. He doesn't even know what that is. There you go, Lacroix. Okay, I'm not gonna say what any of you are saying out loud, but anyway, okay. Okay. Mithril says, "Hey, have you seen Casual Revolt? Have you seen Starmer's tweet in response to Trump throwing a tantrum? The slap heard round the world. I have not, Mithril. That's interesting. Maybe I'll take a look at that. Okay, how dare you, Paul Squall? So anyway, so yeah, good guys. Don't worry, just another escalation in the war. Now people are just freely bombing all these different oil and gas fields, which surely won't have a massive impact on the whole planet and doesn't increase the likelihood of an even worse escalation. Guys, all of us said this at the beginning. You know, not just me, by the way. You all were saying it too. You didn't need me to say it. You all were saying it before I even said it. Uh, once you start a war like this, it gets out of control. You're not g Trump thought he could just control the situation, right? That this wasn't gonna spiral out of control and get and worse and worse and worse and worse, right? Yeah, yeah. Of course it is. I mean, what do you okay. So Louise, hey everyone, how's it going? Hello, Louise. It's going great, Louise, as always. You know how it is. Hello, Gwen. Gwen says you're a gay history teacher. Everything the right hates, I know, right? Yeah, I'm worried about nukes too because this increases that possibility. All right. Anyway, so there you go. That's a first story. Yay. Let's go on to the next one, right? Let's go on to the next one. So let's go on to this next cute little story here. Yep. Totally, Fox Emblem. Multiple Asian countries are already doing gas rationing. The EU soon, and then the USA. It's literally over. This will be the worst than every other economic disaster. Yep. If it goes on for long enough, Fox Emblem, it definitely will be. So we'll see how long it goes on for, but it's definitely shaping up to be a global economic disaster and literally collapse if it goes on for terribly long. I think we only have a few weeks left before I'd be pretty certain that it would cause a massive problem. Okay, there you go, Louise. You see it. It's already causing a big problem, but before it actually causes massive collapses of economies and things like that. Okay, and stagflation. So remember, guys, we talked about, as Louise says, well, this was quick. Exactly. Remember how we talked about that gentleman? Okay, yeah, guys, right? Remember we talked about that gentleman, I don't want to call him a gentleman, who resigned from the Trump administration because because he didn't disagreed with the Trump administration's decision to go with war with Iran. Oh, oh, that's badass, Mithril. Okay, you said so. Starmer tweet told Trump if he walks out of NATO, his troops have 48 hours to leave U.S. military bases in the UK. Amazing, Mithril. That's good. Okay, I wish they would say that, or like they would say, "Get out now," even though we're still in NATO. But that's still something. Okay, yeah. So there you go. The fleeing rat, right, Fetty Spaghetti. So now then, this title is misleading. Let me explain why. Okay, so he's being investigated now by the FBI. It appears, guys, that he was actually already under investigation by the FBI. So let me explain here. Uh, God damn it. I'm gonna have to log in real fast. None of you are allowed to see this. Give me a second. I don't know why it always. No, I know why. Actually, I just need to fix that problem. Okay, so I'll put this back now. Okay, so it turns out he was already under investigation by the FBI. So let's explain this. Former counterterrorism official Joe Kent has been under FBI investigation for months on the suspicion he leaked classified information. Three sources familiar with the case tell Axios. It does, Lacroix, it does. But it actually, to me, makes him even better than we thought. I'm still not a big fan of his, but hey, I'm going to compliment anyone who betrays the Trump administration. Okay, um, Kent propelled himself into national headlines Tuesday when he resigned his post and blamed Israel for tricking President Trump into launching the Iran war, even though it posed no imminent threat to the USA. Immediately after his resignation, administration officials said he's been a known leaker and has been cut out of briefings with he had been cut out of briefings with the president. Okay. Semaphore reported that Kent, who led the National Terrorism Center, had been placed under investigation prior to his resignation, with Axios, which Axios independently confirmed. One of the sources said Kent was suspected of leaking to Tucker Carlson and another conservative podcaster. That source said the FBI was also examining leaked intel related to Israel and Iran. Okay. Yeah, I know, Matt Fetty, right? Nothing sketchy with that at all, right? Right. So, okay. So basically, guys, it appears as though for quite a while before he resigned, he was leaking information from the Trump administration to outside people. Now, you got to forgive him for doing for leaking it to Tucker Carlson and for Fox and things like that. He is a conservative, but hey, one thing we can say is that he didn't just quit and and not try to do damage before he left. He was actively leaking stuff before he quit. So it does, in one way, it makes it less poignant that he quit knowing he was being investigated. Yeah. At the same time, it also makes him a bit more cool in that he didn't just quit. He also was trying to undermine the Trump administration while he was in there. Now, okay. So I just wanted to kind of give a follow up to that story. You guys can think of him whatever you want. I am going to compliment anyone who leaks information from the Trump administration, even if they might not necessarily have a good reason to do it. I guys might have a little bit of a stink. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure why he's doing it, but he seems to be upset. It might have to do with trauma in his life. Who knows? But there you go. That's a little bit of an update to that story. It's not like the Trump administration is going after him because he resigned. They were already going after him, but maybe they're going to pick it up now that he's resigned. That's possible, Meowzord. That's very possible, Meowzord. They do fake drama all the time to distract everyone. That's possible. Although this would be very bad for bad drama for the Trump administration, since he did release that letter telling them exactly what he was upset about, and there does appear to have been an FBI investigation, and he did appear to leak stuff. But that might happen sometimes, Meowzord. I'm not saying that's not fully true. Okay. Anyway, so there we go. There's a little bit of an update to that story, so we know a little bit more about that guy now. Yeah, he may have, Louise. We remember we read, guys, that his wife died in, I think, the Iraq War. He fought in the Iraq War, and he publicly said that he was very traumatized by war. He could not take the idea of America fighting a war for another country. But but again, a lot of this is smoke and mirrors. But a lot of this could be smoke and mirrors. We don't know. Okay. Is it true Bondi is under investigation? Mithril, I don't know. I thought I read that. I didn't look too close into it. Honestly, I don't care that much because nothing will happen. Like, she's not going to get punished for it. But we could take a look to see if she is under investigation. I've noticed this particular guy is causing a rift. Is he, Alyssa? Would you explain that? So this guy resigning is causing a rift amongst the MAGA people in your town? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So Alyssa says they've been fighting about the way the administration is trying to portray him. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm curious. All right. So interesting. Okay. Anyway, so there's a little bit more to that story. Let's go on to the next one, guys. All right. That's so stupid. Is that serious? Did you think Israel killing Meowsard, I have not read that. Meowsard says, do you think Israel killing Ali Laranjani had something to do with him saying the US was considering a false flag and blaming Iran? I haven't read that, Meowsard. I'd have to look into that, so I can't answer that for sure. That's interesting, though. I have not read about that. So Alyssa says, this is who the Trump wants you to think is a Nazi stuff, and then listing his accolades. I'll post. Okay, sure, Alyssa. All right, guys. And guys, I still don't know much about this guy, so he might be a bad guy, but it's just interesting. I always appreciate a leaker. Okay. All right. Because I want to encourage other people to leak stuff. Okay, let's go on here. So, well, let's go to this story. Well, no, we'll go on. Let's do this one instead. So here's sort of a. Oh wait, no, I wanted to go this one. Okay, so Pete Hegseth is requesting because of this ongoing war we're engaged in. You know how it is, guys. Wars are expensive, or literally, this is actually a direct quote, by the way. Um, this is literally a direct quote here. All right, it says here it. This is literally a direct quote from Pete Hegseth. It takes money to kill bad guys. All right, so that's what Pete Hegseth said. All right, it takes money to kill bad guys. So that'll be later, Macy, after we get through the news. Why did he say this? Well, he's asking for $200 billion in increased funding for the Pentagon to help pay for the war against Iran. You know, nothing else we could use that money for, guys. Don't worry. Really, it's a waste if we don't use it for this war. What else are we going to use it for, right? Like healthcare? No, right? None of that. Hello, body swap. Like, what else would we use those $200 billion of our tax dollars for? Probably not anything important. So, all right. As always, we're, are we surprised? I don't know if you guys know, but war is very expensive. So, of course, we're going to need to have billions upon billions upon billions of more dollars. There you go, Lurking Snow. Welcome, Lurking Snow Leopard. They need more pianos and margarita machines. So, yeah, I got to give tax breaks to the billionaires, do all that shit, because we're going to need 200 billion more dollars for this useless war against Iran that was so badly planned and is immoral and wrong. Okay. Ha! Yay! Pizza That Giant says, "Ha! You really should have thought of that before you became peasants." Right there, you go, Pizza That Giant. So that's good. Uh, oh, thank you very much, Gwen. We'll talk. I'll take a look at that. Thank you, Mithril and Gwen, for telling me about that, and Alyssa, or not Mithril. I'm sorry, Alyssa and Gwen, for telling me about that. Right, Macy. So okay, just one note there, guys. It's like, don't worry, we have plenty of money already. Don't need it. Okay, we don't need that money. Yeah, there you go, Demosthenes. The ballroom needs an addition, right? Oh, we can totally afford this, folks. No problem. No problem. Zero problem here. All right. So, by the way, guys, but we can't do universal health care because how are you going to pay for that, by the way? How are you going to pay for universal health care? All the media would ask Bernie Sanders when he proposed it. How are you going to pay for that? How are you going to pay for that? How are you going to pay for that? I wonder if any media members are going to ask the Trump administration that question about this $200 billion. You think so? Do you think anyone's gonna ask the Trump administration during a press conference, "How are you gonna pay for that?" Ah, okay. So that's fun. President Donald Trump's National Economic Council director, Kevin Hassett, said Sunday the war has already cost $12 billion, which is great. Expect that's an underestimate, folks. That's probably a major underestimate. They are currently requesting $200 billion, which implies to me that they either expect the war to go on for a very long time or it's costing more than they say it's costing. Okay. So good. There you go, Macy, right? Yeah, it's because of the migrants. Okay. So I love that for us. And I know there's more moral issues to this war than just the money aspect. There's also the murdering of children, the imperialism, the war of aggression, all that little minor stuff. But this is also kind of a fun thing to talk about. How, let's just, might as well put all that money in a giant bonfire. I know I don't need it. Anyone else out there need it? I'm sure none of us need the money. All right. Is that so, Meowsword? You said you also saw that the TikTok deal. I didn't see this, Meowsword. Why am I missing all this shit? Is 14 billion and 10 billion goes to Trump for a facility. Well, that's not surprising, Meowsword. That's horrible. There you go, the oil fire. Oh, yay! Yeah, you're right, Grind Car. I'm so happy, guys. Okay, thank you, Melissa. I'll take a look at all that stuff. That's interesting. Okay, so just a note there. It's gonna cost. We're gonna take 200 billion more money out of our pockets. Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine, guys. By the way, do you know that the Fed is currently printing a ton of money to try and help pay for all this shit? I'm sure that won't increase inflation at all. Anyway, so moving on. Sure, that's not a problem. Let's go on to the next story, guys. This is great. There you go, Pizza. You gotta try to be this stupid, right? Yeah, definitely try. Let's go on, right? Let's go on to this next story here. This one's a bit of a lighter story. You know what? We'll talk about Chavez in a little bit here. we'll talk about Chavez after we do our presentation. I don't want to talk about Chavez right now. I'm still recovering from hearing about that. We'll talk about Chavez here in a second. Not well, okay, we'll go on to that. Everyone, I hope everyone heard about that. Let's go on here. Let's go on to this story here. So, guys, yay! The 2025 um what is it called? World Happiness Report came out. All right, and powered by Gallup polls. Now, this is a survey that attempts to calculate which countries are the happiest on the planet, based off a whole bunch of things. For example, so how they rank social support. Of course, Louise. Of course, Jerome Powell says Trump's policies are mostly to blame for inflation. Of course, even though he was like trying to yell about inflation. Okay. So it tries to, you know, evaluate and form a number. It can try to calculate happiness of various countries. Clearly, this is not a perfect way of doing it, but it takes a look at things like social support systems. How much social support do individuals in a country have? What's the GDP per capita? What's the life expectancy? How are they ranked on a freedom poll, I guess you could say, in terms of press freedom and things like that? How much generosity do the people in that country exhibit towards the less fortunate? How do people perceive corruption? How much do people donate? How much do people volunteer? You can see here, like this is not exactly a perfect way of analyzing things because it's not exactly scientific, but they do come out with this thing every year, and it's kind of interesting to look at which countries rank the highest. I understand, Gwen. Okay. And typically, the countries that rank the highest, I'm sorry, Louise just said point about something here. From Daily Dose of Democracy, Federal Reserve Chair and perpetual thorn in Trump's side, Jerome Powell, once again confirmed the obvious that the wannabe dictator's impulsive tariffs and his ill-conceived war in Iran are responsible for skyrocketing prices here at home. If you look at the total core inflation, it's about 3%, and some big chunk of that, between a half and three quarters, is actually tariffs, Powell said. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Powell is not stupid. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but he's not stupid. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, that's interesting. So here we go. Let's look at some of the top countries here. I am not surprised. Most of the time, guys, you know, if we were to guess here, the Scandinavian countries come out on top most of the time. Okay, the social democracies that have like things like universal health care, have a very powerful unions, have partial worker control of industries, have nationalized core industries like electricity and things like that. Just all the things that we all advocate for in here. Who would have thought that countries with those things typically have higher rates of happiness? So the three top countries are, of course, Finland, Iceland, Denmark, and then I guess let's just do the top six for now: Finland, Iceland, Denmark, Costa Rica, Sweden, Norway, and the Netherlands. Okay, so social democracies, the things that are the least goddamn capitalist, I should say, in terms of like capitalist economies, they're the least capitalist, and are whatever. Okay, you see what I mean. So that's kind of unsurprising. Okay, of course, it does get a bit weird here. Israel comes in eighth on this list. Now, obviously, this is kind of funny because they're not talking to Palestinians, right? They're only talking to Jewish Israelis, probably. So, yeah, I'm sure they're very happy over there in Israel when they can get away with whatever they want, and they do have strong social support programs like universal health care and things like that. Okay, universal health care. Yeah, no, outer signal. I completely agree with you. There are absolutely big problems with this happiness list, okay? But it's just I always think it's fun to look at. Let's put it that way. So yeah, and so again, you can't fully trust these things. Um yeah, okay. Okay, but it is interesting. Um but I will say like some of the top ones, and then if you go down here, guys, one of the reasons I wanted to show you this is I think it's kind of a better way to view this is to view this as like numbers overall. What countries are coming out on top when it comes to certain indicators of human wellness, okay? Does that mean that it is true across the board? No. But I want to show you that the United States is number 23 under this list. Okay, we're 23. Saudi Arabia is one above the United States, okay? So the United States is number 23. As a matter of fact, the United States, I think, is the highest. I mean, well, New Zealand is the highest English speaking country, but the United States is 23. The UK is 29. It does seem kind of high. Hello, guy. Hello. Hello, Theodore. So glad you're here, Theodore. Hello. Yeah, look. Yes. Okay. It's probably high, right? The United States has been falling. So has the UK. The UK has been falling pretty drastically. Um, a lot of countries have been falling, all right, down this list. And a lot of European countries have been falling down the list, by the way. If you look here, like Spain is 41, and which I have trouble believing. Uh, uh, so, okay. Because Spain, I've heard a lot of people that are very happy. Regardless, Japan is at 61. So, all right. My point here being, guys, that if we're looking at this as general numbers, a lot of the countries that have typically been at the top are falling pretty drastically, whether or not it ranks happiness or not. And I think there's sort of a Western bias to this too, right? But okay, so just to let you know there, the United States, especially, which is one of the wealthiest countries in human history, is not even in the top 10. Some of the countries with the like least capitalist systems are in the top there. All right. So anyway, just a note there. Fun new numbers to look at. Fun new numbers to look at, don't we think? Hello, Wizards Bread's book. Love having you here. Hope you had a lovely day, Theo out there. Hope you had a lovely day in the bakery. All right. So, okay. Yeah, just a side note there. I just like looking at numbers, and I know that's not the perfect thing, but I like it a lot. Okay. I think it's great. By the way, Sweden has a lot of people who volunteer. I didn't even know this. Is this the Yeah, it is Nightfall, which isn't perfect, but it's lovely, okay? Um, okay. So let's go on here. Just a little side note there, kind of a fun little side note there. I want to talk about the elites a bit. I know I went through the news stories quickly, but I want to talk about the elites a bit. We'll get back to the Cesar Chavez story, okay? Here in a second. So let's talk about the elites a bit more. Uh, Honestly, guys, can I just be honest with all of you? I'm gonna be honest with you for a second. The news recently has seemed repetitive to me. Like, it's like every day at this point is like, "Oh, the war is going on and things are getting worse." Okay. Yeah. And yeah, we know. Oh, this other person came out and said Trump is bad. Yeah. We know. My point is like, maybe it's my ADHD, but it's kinda like these are all things that we can predict. Yeah, like I don't know. Anyway, y that JDH, thank you so much for giving Ivana a membership there. Yeah, it's a slow news day, and, it's like, yeah, staring out the window. Yeah, I don't blame you, Macy. It's just like that's why I'm not focusing too much on the news today, guys. Let's put it this way, TLDR, things are shitty and they're not getting better. Okay, TLDR, things are shitty and they're not getting much better. The war is getting worse. Our money is being spent in a horrific way. Innocent people are dying everywhere. And I love it. It's great. It's a great world to be in right now. Okay. It's just fantastic. Zero problems here. Uh okay. And I feel hopeless. Oh, by the way, I don't feel hopeless. You know Kat Abu Ghazala? We all heard what happened with Kat Abu Ghazala, one of our heroes who was running for what was it? Running for Congress. She lost. She lost. So Kat Abu Ghazala had lost her election. All right. So there was a defeat. The Yesterday there were a few elections recently, and practically no good person won any of these elections. They were all basically corpo. Um, all basically corpo Dems that won elections, and honestly, I'm not really in the mood to talk about it, okay? It's the same shit, different day. Corpo, the leader, the woman who won the election in, Illinois was bribed by AIPAC, and, yep, she lost to the AIPAC skinwalker, yep, Fox emblem, um, and, she not only did she win, she, like, really won. I'm dying here. She was supported by JD Pritzker. Anyway, it's a big, it's just a problem, okay? It's a problem. And I'm not terribly surprised, all right? Okay. So there we go. I will say though, there was one good victory, I guess. One of the well, I don't know if there were really any good victories, whatever. So, same shit, different day. Unrelated case. Have you heard about the Afro Man court case? He won. Yeah, I've heard about it, a bright love. And guys, I've told you this before. This sounds like I sound like an asshole saying this. I really don't care. Yeah, Fox Emblem. I really don't care about court cases like that. I know that sounds bad. I know Gwen, for example, Gwen really likes it. And please, if anyone wants to learn more about it, I'm sure Gwen out there knows a lot about it. Okay. Afro Man won his court case. Good for him. It doesn't really change anything structural. Yeah, I know he won against the police, which is rare. Good for him. I mean, that's what I've heard, right? I heard he won against the police, which is rare, but okay. Um, yeah, yeah, I get it, Gwen. It is a First Amendment case, and I'm glad that he won. All right. Possibly Grindcar Cat may have won without APAC. I don't know. Regardless, this does not mean, folks, that there's not hope. We need to keep fighting. But guys, this further reinforces what I have said. Electoralism, you can do electoralism, but we need more than electoralism, okay? We need a civil resistance. We need nonviolent resistance. We need resistance, okay? We need not only electoralism, we need resistance. Um, okay. Because as I've said, as I've been talking about the elites, folks, the system, if you try to do things through the systems, the elites have that in the bag to a large extent. So okay. All right. Um ah, Thank you, Louise. I will hydrate. You know what, body swap. We do need ducks. By the way, guys, for those yesterday that went to the book club meeting, thank you all. LaCroix, I never said that. Okay. I hope you all had a good time in the book club meeting. My electricity went out again last night for not as long, for like 3 hours, because apparently they put up the tower, the new tower they put up for my electric actually fell down because they didn't put it up right. Anyway, so I'm sorry I missed the first book club meeting, even though, okay, whatever. I hope you all had a good time in the first book club meeting. I'll come to the second one. I know, I feel bad about it. You guys know I wanted to be there. I'm so upset. Anyway, I'm glad you guys made a summary though. All right. So let's go on, guys. Let's go on. Um, So on to yeah, I know, right? So on Tuesday, guys, I gave a presentation on elite theory. Okay, for those that are watching, well, please don't leave. Don't leave. I promise you, this is very relevant. This is very, 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 very relevant. Okay, very, very relevant. Okay, very relevant. I know a lot. Some people will start leaving this. I say this every time because I know it's going to happen. Some people will literally leave the stream as soon as I start doing an educational bit. I can guarantee you, though, this is vitally important for understanding modern politics and modern news. That's why I'm talking about it. Okay. So on Tuesday, I did a stream about elite theory, about the idea that real power in the United States rests in the hands of an elite class of individuals who basically have the majority, if not all, the power. Okay, I recommend if you want to see that first part of the presentation, you go back and watch it. I posted about it in the Discord. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's posted at the top of the Twitch and YouTube chat. Okay, and so the general idea here, folks, being that there's a theory in sociology that states that most of the power in the United States is concentrated in the hands of an elite class of wealthy folks, all right, who sort of thank you, Mazard, I've been trying, who sort of control the reins of power, okay, um, versus the idea that there are that we live in a pluralist society where democratic feedback and stuff really matters, and or there's all these groups vying for power. It's really a class of people that have most of the power. Okay. In your groove, it's still in the social scientists. It's really hard to say that there's an elite theory, an elite law. It's hard to create a law in the social sciences, so it is a theory still. But most academics, I would say most sociologists, definitely agree with it. It's not so, and again, folks, as I said on Tuesday, this is not a conspiracy theory. Go online, type in elite theory, read about it. This is a serious academic theory that doesn't get talked about much because, you can imagine why. Okay, so I'm going to continue with this today and talk about a few aspects of the elite class that are interesting to talk about. Okay, so let's begin by again, all very relevant to what's happening today. Um, LaQual, how dare you? And how dare you, Paul Squall? How dare you? Okay. And look, people are leaving the stream. Screw all of you. I didn't want you here anyway. Okay. So let's do a thought experiment. Okay. And I am not saying that this is true. I actually think that this is an oversimplification, but there is a lot of value in thinking about American government in this way. All right. So, and by the way, for those that are from the UK and elsewhere, there are elite theories that sociologists have developed all across the globe. Elite theory is general, and then there are different particular theories for every country, essentially, about elite domination in each of those countries. So, I'm sure, for example, someone has definitely researched this in the UK, in Nigeria, almost certainly, in Norway, almost certainly. Okay, in India, almost certainly that there are people who have done this elsewhere. Okay, regardless, um, American democracy, right? American democracy. Uh, is America really a democracy, or is it do we have a democracy, or is it really a managed elite competition? Okay, what do I mean by that? So let me explain. Um, we could look at America in one way as, like, of course, you have the people who are in charge, like the people, the average American, the electoral system, elect representatives to represent them to Congress, who then enact the will of the American people. And yeah, we can even acknowledge that there's some checks in place to prevent the people from having too much power. We could even acknowledge that, right? And still say that, yeah, regardless, it's an electoral democratic system that has that might be more of an oligarchy, but is, you see what I mean? Um, thank you, Outer Signal. But it's still democratic, and the people in theory are supposed to have a say, right? We could say that. And oftentimes that's the narrative that's presented about the founding fathers of the country, is that they were they tried to create a system that was more responsive to the people because they believed in the social contract theory, which states that a government needs to be responsible to its people. Okay, 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 okay. So let me do a little thought experiment here. Let me do a thought experiment here. So let's make a couple of assumptions. All right. And these are assumptions that the founding fathers, the American founding fathers, the people who founded the United States believed in. Here's the first assumption: governments that fail to provide for their people will and should be overthrown. That's called social contract. All right. And yeah, most of the founding fathers believed in this. Okay. They also believed in another assumption. So if you take that assumption that we have a social contract and governments need to respond to their people, and if they don't, they need to be overthrown, add that to another assumption they made. The next assumption they made was this: human beings seek and covet power. Therefore, it is natural that individuals will compete with each other to gain access to government power. Okay? So, governments need to be responsive to their people, and uh, individuals will naturally seek positions in government because they want power. All right? So they believe that fundamentally there will be certain people who want power because that's a natural human trait, and that government should work for people. Does that make sense? So let's add those two things together. So the conclusion they came from out of that was as follows: we should create a government where individuals compete for power by providing for the people. The people are the best at deciding who is doing the best providing for them. So, if there's going to be competition between powerful people for power, and you also need the government to be responsible to the people, why not let that competition take place, but allow it to take place in a way that at least provides benefit to the people below them? Do you see what I mean? So create a government, I'm going to say it again, where individuals compete for power by seeing who can best provide for the people. Okay. Dead inside, just you wait. Okay. And now listen, I'm going to talk more about it. In theory, this makes sense, right? I am not saying that this is how it turns out. And we're going to go on to the next thing here. So when I frame it this way, it kind of sounds more like a competition between powerful people, right? All right, let's go on to the next set of assumptions. So we have this first set of assumptions. First one, the founding fathers guys also believe that what they literally use the phrase the better set of men. They believe that certain people are better at making decisions for the masses of the people because they're smarter, they're more competent. All right. All the poors and the low class people out there, they're not competent, they're not educated. We need to have the better set of men, literally men at the time, make these decisions. Okay. So they believe that there's a natural elite that should govern people. All right. So I didn't include that in here, but we all know that. So there you go. So now let's go on to these two assumptions. Another assumption they made: elites who lose the legal competition for power will still seek power. So think about it. Let's say you do set up a system where different elites are competing for power. If an elite loses, they're still going to want power and they're still going to fight for power. Okay? Does that make sense? Just because someone didn't get power doesn't mean they're going to still try and get power. So let's make that assumption. Elites who lose the legal competition for power will still seek power. And then the next assumption here: without a way to gain power legally, the elites who lose the competition will still seek power, but do it by undermining the legal system. Okay? So if there isn't a way for elites who lost and didn't get power to continue to seek power, if there isn't a way for them to do that within the system, they'll go outside the system and do it. Why did the founding fathers think this way? Well, they tried to base America off ancient Rome, where this happened all the time, where you had like Julius Caesar working outside of the legal framework in order to gain power, and other leaders like try to overthrow the Senate and the government and things like that. So they had this idea that elites will always work for power, and if there isn't a legal way for them to do it, then they will find other ways to do it. Okay. Does that make sense? So now let's combine those two things. And thus the founding fathers came to the conclusion: governments, therefore, should rotate through the elites who are seeking power, so there is always another opportunity for losers to get power, thus preventing conflict. So, all right, what does that mean? If you're elected president, there are tons of other elites who also want to be elected president. Don't worry. You only need to wait 4 years and then you'll get another chance. All right? If you want to be elected to the Senate, don't worry, you only have to wait a few years and then there'll be another chance at you being elected. Okay? And there are other ways, by the way, to get power. You can be appointed. You can be appointed to a position undemocratically in an administration. Okay, so it's not just being elected; it's also an administration. And what this does is it means that the elites who lose competitions are less likely to use violence or are less likely to go outside of legal norms and to seek power. Okay, and this creates stability. Does that make sense, guys? Am I boring you? Does this make sense? Yeah, Paul Squaw, that is a much better way of doing things than what the Romans did. The Romans, a lot of the time, would just end up killing each other. The elites in Rome would end up organizing mobs that would go and kill their political opponents. So they were very worried, the founding fathers were, of like elites starting to kill each other or do assassinations or do do illegality, okay? Um, so what they did is they tried to create a system where there was a legal way for them to compete with each other where the losers wouldn't try to overthrow the government. Meowsert, I know. This is what they hoped for, Meowsert. This is what they hoped for, but that doesn't mean it worked out that way. Um, yeah, okay. So that is one way to look at why our government is structured the way it is, and why we have elections, and why we have elections ever so often. It's sort of a way of Meowsert. It's a way of seeing how the system is set up to prevent violent elite conflict, and then turns it into a system where it's legal elite competition. Okay. And it's also set up to keep the people happy, because part of the way you do this is by giving the people stuff so that the people are never too pissed off with the elites in charge. Does this make sense? Okay. So I made a chart here. I couldn't find a better version online. Okay. So a way to think about this is you have elites over here in the center that are competing with each other. All right. There are different ways that this happens. You can compete through elections, which is what they do. Okay. They compete through elections. And they're competing with each other. It's not like the elites all agree with each other. They compete with each other through elections, and they also compete with each other for government with each other through government appointments. All right. So it's not only elections, but you also might want to be selected by the president to be like the Secretary of State, or to head some committee, or to be in some, be head of the Federal Reserve. Okay. So they're competing with each other in both elections and in government appointments. And this is not just individuals, it's also coalitions of elites. So sometimes elites will form coalitions with each other and compete together. And a lot of times you see this with presidential elections. Like, Donald Trump had a bunch of elites support him to get elected, and they donated to his campaign. And then when he got into office, he put all of them into positions of government power. So a lot of times elites will form coalitions where they work together to get into these positions. You see what I mean? And when like a new president comes into office and there's a period of transition where they transfer out um the last administration and put in the new one, that's sort of where you see one set of elites come in and replace the old set of elites, okay? And like I said, guys, this is a there you go. Yeah, exactly, Mouser. You're not wrong. This, guys, I will say, I know this sounds very dark and it sounds like oversimplification, and it is kind of. It is. It's more complicated than just this elite competition, but it is a generally a true way of looking at how these things work. Okay? There are exceptions. So what ends up happening, guys, is within this elite competition, there are winners. So the people who win these elite competitions are winners, and they become office holders and appointees. And then sometimes they're able to compete again to get those positions again. Not always. There are limits on the number of times you can compete. Okay, so wait real fast. Based off what I've been saying here, why do you think there are limits on the number of times a politician can compete in this competition? Based off what I've said, one of the reasons for these competitions are, why might you set up a system where there's a limit on the number of times you can compete for office? For example, a president can only run twice. One president can only be in office twice. Based off this model. Okay. Well, what do we think? Um, what do we think, guys? Why do we think there's that model now? You're right, Gwen. But it did become a tradition though, Gwen. There was a limit, but it was a tradition. Yes, but guys, so let me explain. No, so there was a tradition before FDR of only running for 2 terms. So even though there wasn't a law, they still kept to this idea. Um, okay, so based off what I just said about about how it's a system for allowing elites to compete and other elites to gain power, why might you want to limit the number of times certain people can have power in a certain position? Based off that. Anyone have a guess there? Okay, I'll tell you. All right, you guys. So you guys are you're on the right track here. Okay, you're on the right track here. Uh, Malzord, exactly. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Paul Squaw. Okay, because you need the other elites to have a chance to win also because they're babies. If they don't feel that there's a chance to win, and that there's no chance for them to get the presidency because one person keeps winning, you're not going to have very happy elites. So you always need to give the elites another option, another ability to win so that they don't start fomenting dissent. Okay. So all of you listed these sort of democratic reasons for this, and those are also all true. And I want to point out that uh, uh, neither one of these ways of looking at it are totally 100% true. The founding fathers did also care about preventing corruption and making sure that there wasn't a king. But guys, why do you think the founding fathers didn't like there being a king? They didn't like there being a king because a lot of them were really rich landowners, and their power was limited by the fact that they didn't have an aristocratic blood, and so they couldn't really ever have as much power as the king or other nobles. Okay, now we could debate this, but both of these are true at the same time. Can you see how both of those could be true? And this is just one way of looking at it. We could also look at it at the other way, which is to prevent kings, to prevent corruption, to prevent tyranny, all right? But there is a reason why there's a limit on the number of times one elite can have a position, okay? You see what I mean? All right. And then, of course, you have the losers of these competitions who filter in and out of the competition. So if they lose the competition, they're losers. But then as soon as there's another competition, they can try and go back in and compete again, all right? And they sort of cycle in and out, okay? Does that make sense? Again, this is just one way of looking at it, and it's not a complete way of looking at it. But it kind of helps you. All right. Well, it kind of will help you see how power works, though. Okay. All right. So that's one way of looking at the system. And like I said, it's incomplete. There are other ways of looking at it too. Okay. So let's go on down here now. All right. So do we all get that? It's just just as a quick summary here. I'm just trying to show you guys a different way of how American democracy could also be viewed as managed elite competition, and but both are somewhat true at the same time. Okay, so all right. In some instances, it is managed elite competitions, and other times it's more democratic. Okay, but most people only hear one side of the story. Okay, let's move on here. Does this make sense to everyone? I basically only got pushback for that, so I'm just curious if anyone does this make sense? I just want someone give me some feedback so I know that that made sense to people. Okay. Um, anyone at all? Thank you, elevator lady. Thank you, Meows. Thank you, Meowsord. Okay, I just like I'm used to being in a classroom. I like feedback. I like knowing that everyone gets it. Okay, even if not everyone gets it. So let's take another look here. So we just talked about how okay. Thank you, Body Slap. Okay. So let's move on to another aspect of American elites. I got you, Paul School. I got you. Okay. Let's move on to another aspect of American elites. Okay. And we talked about how C. Wright Mills, this is sort of a separate topic, but still about American elites. C. Wright Mills said that there were, so list them in the chat. What are the three bases of elite power according to C. Wright Mills that we talked about on Tuesday? What are the three bases of elite power in the United States? List them in the chat while I take a drink and eat a cracker. There you go. Okay, ha ha, Paul Squaw. Very funny. Okay, yes, tall, lots of money, and big penises. Okay, hilarious. There you go. Capital. Okay, yes, wizards. So business owners. Okay, yeah, you're all making jokes. Thank you. Okay, policy. Yeah, corporations, military, and government. Right. This is what C. Wright Mills says. Right. Thank you, Malzord. Corporations, the military, and then government power. Remember, I had some complaints about this, and he wrote it in the 1950s, so I feel like most of the power really lies with the corporations, but at the time, that's what he said. So another thinker later on named William Domhoff kind of critiqued C. Wright Mills, and came up with a different model based off a more modern understanding of elite domination. And he did this in the early 2000s. So this is a much more updated version of this. He said that the three sources of elite power in the United States are the corporate community, the policy planning network, and the social upper class. Okay, what are these? All right. So you have, for example, the corporate community. This includes like um, v- uh, boards of directors, CEOs, big names in the corporate world, in the economic sector. Okay, so people with big names there, like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, okay, and shit like that, are sort of big names in the corporate community, right? And as you can see here, guys, they are a chunk of the corporate community are part of the power elite. All right. Then you have the policy planning network, which are groups of experts that are utilized for determining policy, both of corporate entities, of the government, of the military, and things like that. Okay. They make up a distinct part of the elite. Although, as you can see here, guys, all of these different parts of the elite interact or uh, what's the term? Intersect with other parts of the elite. So, for example, there are policy planning network people that used to be in the corporate community and vice versa. Okay. So, for example, boards of trustees are typically advisors to big organizations that have a lot of power and oftentimes intersect with the corporate community. You see what I mean? All right. So you have the corporate community, the policy planning network, and down here you have another distinct group, the social upper class. These are like the snooty elite sorts, okay? Like I went to Barbados for the weekend. I don't know if they go to Barbados. That might be too poor for them. Oh, I went to Jeffrey Epstein's island a week ago, okay? Oh, I'm on my private jet flying around the world hosting parties. Like very like what's that book from the 1920s? About the god damn it, about the guy in America who was illegally manufacturing alcohol. Great Gatsby. These are like the Great Gatsby types, okay? Um, the Hollywood types. All right, okay. That like socialites, jet setters. So jet setters are people who literally just spend most of their time traveling around the world, networking and forming connections with elites elsewhere and making their faces seen and stuff, hosting parties. Okay. The social upper class would include people like those that go to the Bohemian Grove or those that went to Jeffrey Epstein's island. And you can see here, guys, that a lot they also often intersect with hired experts and with corporate community. For example, let's think about the social extrovert elite. Let's think about, for example, Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz is part of the policy planning network. He is a lawyer who often does policy planning and legal work for the elites, right? He's also a big social upper class guy. So, because he was very close with Epstein, he went to a lot of these parties. So, he'd be somewhere here in the middle, but he was definitely part of the power elite. You see what I mean? But he really wasn't in the corporate community, as far as I know. So, the power elite is a segment of all three of these groups. And you're more likely to be part of the power elite if you're all three of them at once, right? So if you've been part of all three of these networks, you're going to be a lot more likely to be a power elite because that gives you a lot of access to shit, okay? So that is sort of the newer model that a lot of sociologists have taken about sources of the power elite. Okay? Yeah, he was Epstein's lawyer, correct. It's that these three interacting groups. By the way, guys, well, I'll tell you in a second, okay? I wanted, though, briefly to talk more about the policy setting network. So even though these are the three groups that are sort of considered the main power elite these days, the policy planning network is interesting to me because a lot of people don't know about this. I'm going to tell you about something. So let me tell you about something. This has anyone ever heard of the Federal Advisory Committee Act? Let me tell you about it. Okay, so in 1972, okay, there was a bill passed. Remember, guys, the 1970s is when you get a lot of things like the Trilateral Commission report. Remember I showed you these documents where the elites started getting concerned about losing control over the democracy? Okay, and they started trying to implement policies to try and sort of reverse a lot of the gains of the '60s. So that's not a coincidence. In the 1970s, okay, in the 1970s, the Congress passed a bill called the Federal Advisory Committee Act. It turns out, guys, and I don't know if you know this, that almost every government organization has a board of advisors um, that don't directly conduct policy, but they advise on policy. They're called federal advisory committees, and there are hundreds, if not thousands, of them. Okay, so for example, let me give you an example here. I'm trying to see if I can find the number. Blah, 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 blah. Trying to find there's a number here. All right. Well, okay, so these groups, by the way, are almost entirely populated by elites. Okay, and I pulled this up because there's actual academic studies on this where they look at who's on these boards. To give you an example here, a study of high-level executives from the largest 50 financial corporations and the largest 150 non-financial institutions found that 72% of those companies and organizations had an executive on at least one government advisory board. Okay. Um, all right. They also found that, I'm trying to find here, 18%. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find there's one number in particular I'm looking for here. You know what? Maybe it's further down. Background. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me explain this. There are over 37,000 positions on these federal advisory boards for each of these parts of the federal government. 37,000. That's a room for a lot of elites, right? And there's about 1,000 boards overall. That's a lot of boards. Um, okay, and they didn't look at all the people on these boards, but over 60% of the 37,000 advisory committee appointees are professionals who are in the policy planning network, and then another massive percentage of people are on the boards of corporations and things like that. All right. So again, all of these advisory councils are completely populated by elites, essentially, almost entirely populated by elites. There's a small percentage that aren't elites. Okay. And some of the organizations that have the most connections are like the Petroleum Council, um, the American Coal Company, the Advisory Committee on Labor. I wonder why that is. Okay. The International Committee, they've done all these interesting things, okay? And another group, by the way, where there are a lot of these advisory groups are called think tanks. And think tanks are organizations whose job it is, they're typically funded by the wealthy to advise the government on various things, okay? And they are typically funded by the wealthy, and a lot of times they are populated by elites. So here we have a link, this chart here showing some of these think tanks that have a lot of connections with the elites. For example, Verizon, University of Chicago, Procter and Gamble. These are think tanks and businesses, by the way. Committee for Economic Development, ExxonMobil, Columbia University, the Ford Foundation. All right, Sara Lee, National Petroleum Council. So big renowned universities, big corporate interests, big think tanks, okay, are some of the most intercon some of the bodies that have the most connections amongst the elites on them. Okay, I probably am confusing people. My point is that there are tons of elites even advising the government. So those guys are part of the policy planning network. All right, Doge. Okay, so the policy planning network includes those advisory councils that advise the government. All right, of which there are 1,000, and of which there are multiple thousands of people on. Okay, um, So there you go, Mithril. Okay. Yeah, you're not wrong, Mithril. There's also a lot of the folks are kept off these councils if they're not considered good enough for the elites. All right. Um, all right. So that's an example of the policy planning network. And guys, a lot of the time people move in between the policy planning network and the corporate community. All right. Okay. Does that make sense? So that's the policy planning network. All these groups have connections to each other. And a lot of these government boards have people on them from big think tanks funded by the elites, or have people on them from the corporate community, or have socialites on them. A lot of guys. So for example, you all know like the stories of what's his name. The right wing loves talking about this guy. What's his name? That they say that he funds all the protests and crap. Not shit. He's Jewish, which is one of the reasons they talk about him so much. What is his name? Well, you guys know what I mean. The guy that they all yes, George Soros. Thank you. It's sort of a anti-Semitic, whistle here. But anyway, admittedly though, he, for example, is an example of one of these elites that is a socialite. Okay, so George Soros he's both corporate and a socialite. But a lot of these socialites also majorly fund arts institutions. So like the I don't know, New York Metropolitan Art Museum, I don't know what these names of these things are, okay? George Soros does a lot of cultural funding, so he is on the board of a lot of artistic organizations. Um, and that's by the way, what the right wing says about him is completely wrong, but he is an elite. There are a lot of elites out there who even are deeply involved with like nonprofit organizations. So they even control a lot of the nonprofits and organizations that we typically don't view as power organizations, but they're there. Okay, they have a lot of control over them. Um, okay. And by the way, this isn't a Jewish thing. I want to very much emphasize this. As a matter of fact, one of the researchers who is well known, who I'm about to talk about actually, who did this research, was a Jewish professor who got so annoyed with people saying that Jewish people are in control of these organizations that he wrote an entire academic article showing how the vast majority of elites are evangelical white Christians, because they are. So let's be very clear. The vast majority of these elites are, in fact, white evangelical Christians. Okay. They are not Jewish people. But anyway, um, okay. So there's that. So those are the three main organizations, and we also have this policy planning network. So even the solutions offered to the government are typically only come from elite organizations, which really limits the possible solutions to problems, right? Okay, because they're not even going to be here about the populist solutions, nor will they care. Let's go on to the next brief topic here, and then this will be the last one. The guy I just mentioned, the Jewish professor who is a really brilliant guy. I recommend you look at his stuff. He actually co-published with William Domhoff on some things. His name is Richard Zwigenhoft. Okay, Richard Zwigenhoft, and he wrote a book called "Diversity and the Power Elite." Okay, and I wanted to briefly talk about this because you guys know how I'm always saying that just because, and I know this makes me sound bad. Okay, well, maybe not. I hate how there's this narrative in the media that, like, just because someone is gay, or just because someone is a woman, or just because someone is black, or whatever it is, that somehow that means they care more about you, right? Pete Buttigieg is great. He's great for people. He's going to change the country and help everyone because he's gay, right? He must care more about you, right? Kamala Harris is going to be a great populist leader because she's a woman, right? Therefore, she's going to be great. We should vote for her because having a woman in this position will mean that things will get better. Okay, you see what I mean? And I know I'm going to get pushback for saying that, but it always drives me crazy. And this is why. Okay, there is a reason. Yeah, there is a reason why we are occasionally able to get reforms in the area of social problems. Why, for example, we were able to get some, uh, uh, for example, civil rights stuff done during the Martin Luther King era. Why we were able to get gay people the right to marry and things like that. Because those aren't things that the elite particularly care about, and a lot of the elites are black and are gay. And okay, let me explain. Diversity in the power elite. So to explain what I'm going to talk about here, The power elite are proof that not everything is about class. So yeah, there is racism and gender issues and things like that within the power elite. You're going to see here in a second that yeah, not everything is about class. The power elite are kind of racist because a lot of them are one particular group of people. Okay, the most of the power. I mean, a disproportionate number of the power elite are white evangelical Christian men. Okay, so it is true that one of the issues with Marxism, for example, or a class analysis is it often is reductionist. It forgets about hierarchies based off race, gender, and religion. I mean, so 100%, you can even see it in the power elite. There's a hierarchy within the power elite based off those things. So clearly, it's even though they're all in their own class, there is still a hierarchy there based off those things. So we need to fight against both. However, exactly, Mithril. So again, I'll say this again: the power elite are proof that not everything is about class, but they are also proof that identity does not eliminate class interests. All right. So let me show you what I mean. Here we have some charts here. All right. Okay. Overwhelmingly, uh, in in 2011, almost 70% of the power elite guys were white men. But look at it now. All right. In 2025, less than half are white men. Something like 48% are white men of the power elites. Okay. And you can also see that now that you can see here that the amount of men of color hasn't gone up that much. So what has happened here? Why has this happened? Okay. Well, because women are now representing a much larger portion of the power elite. They're up to like 25%. And let me make something clear. Okay. Um, the power elite, white men are only about 30 some percent of the population. So having about 48% of the elite being white men is still a disproportionate representation. So white men still have disproportionate representation. That number has been going down, however, and we now have over nearly 20% of the power elite are not white men or are not white. Okay, and nearly 30% from the last number I've seen are women. And that number keeps changing. So why do we think then that the elite have been okay with allowing the narrative, with allowing things like feminism or allowing for changes regarding things like civil rights? Okay. Do we think that it might be that we are seeing elite competition happening where some of the elites that have been excluded because of their race or gender have been pushing for these things because they want to be included? And now obviously there is oppression at the bottom too, 100%. Um, but do you see what I mean? You're right, Louise. That some of the elites agree with these things because they're being kept out of higher positions of authority because of their race and gender. All right. Now, to me, that's a good thing because I want there to be gender equality and racial equality for everyone. So if the elites competing for this shit allows us to get some of that at the bottom, I'm all for it, right? But there are elites who are women. There are elites who are black. There are elites who are Latino. There are elites who, okay, you see what I mean? Um, so to be clear here, and they are still pro elite and do things against everyone else's interests. Does this make sense? So, okay. Um, we get that. And the reason I'm explaining this, guys, is because when we watch the video about Tradwives, that's something to think about. I suspect that, uh, well, there has been this narrative from millennial women of like you all should, women can be CEOs, women can be, women should break the glass ceiling. And yeah, I agree. But exactly, Lacroix, you get it. Lacroix says more women CEOs. Do you see how that narrative is kind of odd? Like the narrative that, hey, don't worry, we can all oppress people. Women should be able to do it too. Yeah, of course they should. Everyone should be able to get every position not based off gender. But that's a very safe elite way of thinking about things, right? To push the idea that women can be CEOs also. That women, yeah, more gay women drone pilots. That's a very safe elite way to think of things. How many narratives do you hear saying there should be more women labor union leaders? Now, you do hear that from the labor union sector, women in the labor union sector, but you ain't hearing that out of a lot of like mainstream sources, are you? Or that there should be more women in, you know, women socialists or what? Okay, yeah, New York Times ain't saying that. They're only saying things that are safe. Like there should be more women CEOs. There should be more black CEOs. Um, okay. Or there will be, for example, there are a lot of liberal Black Americans who, like Roland Martin, who we looked at yesterday. Okay, there you go. Outer signal, more diverse slave masters. Okay, Roland Martin, who's a great guy. We watched a video of his yesterday. If you guys like Roland Martin, please. I like most of what he says, but he's a liberal, and he is always talking about how he views success in the black community as more black-owned businesses and more successful black entrepreneurs. And there's some of that is true, but he has sort of adopted a very elite, safe way of looking at equality in the black community. Okay, that equality can come from more of you becoming economic oppressors. And I think there should be more black business owners. That will equalize power more. But we need to do something with, yeah, we need to do something with the whole system. All right. Meowzord, it's obviously not white hierarchy like you said, right? It's just like whatever the cultural zeitgeist is. Yeah, Meowzord. I honestly, I'm not sure, Meowzord. I'm not sure what it's like in the UAE, so I can't really fully answer that. You're outsmarting me today, Meowzord. Exactly, body swap. Hamilton drives me crazy because it makes yeah, body swap. But Hamilton is a giant example of trying to hide class issues by doing identity politics. Let's replace all of these white slave owners and all of these white founding fathers with people who are not white in an effort to be more inclusive of people of color in a system where they're not included. Or you see what I mean? Whatever. Yes, Lacroix, you're right. Fred Hampton did say that. I actually got yelled at before for mentioning that to someone, Lacroix, but you're right. Lacroix says Fred Hampton said that we shouldn't fight capitalism with black capitalism, but with socialism. Yeah, yeah, okay. And that's one of my gripes with liberals is that they often want to fight um, capitalism with more diverse capitalism. All right. Okay, we get that. So that's my little thing here. Um, okay. Does that make sense? And of course, in the meantime, guys, if that's all we can do is get more people of color and more women into positions of power, fine, I guess. But we really ought to try to change the system so we can't have anyone oppressing anyone. All right. Okay. All right. You guys get it. You guys get it. You guys get it. Okay. All right. Face screen. I'm going to put my face back up here. No, yeah, of Killer Mike. Oh yeah, no, me too. That's fair, Ox. And let me be clear here. Like, yeah, I like Killer Mike. Let's put it that way. Okay, thank you, so human and animal. Welcome, okay, welcome. Okay, for everyone, welcome here, so human animal, so human and animal. I love that. All right, so guys, that is just a few more ways to think about the elites. We talked about if you can think about one sort of way to look at American democracy is as a managed elite competition. It's overly simplified, but that's a way to do it. Okay, and something else we talked about was how the system works in terms of winners and losers. How there's three sections. The modern day conception of the elites is that they come from three areas: the policy planning network, the socialites, and the corporate community. We talked about the policy planning network. Yeah, yes, ASAC. So this is a great question. ASAC says, "Who are white men?" So ASACs in America, Slavs are viewed as white men. Okay, that's the issue here. So America has a very weird conception of race. Slavs in America did not used to be viewed as white, but for the most part, Slavs are now viewed as white in America. Okay, so that's why we use the word white and not because white is an imaginary segment of society. Okay, it doesn't really exist. But white is a sort of a racial classification that is invented. Yeah, Asax, Jewish people. Okay, I will debate this. I get in debates with people about this, guys. For the most part, Jewish people are white. Yeah, this is a group that is not in all sectors viewed as white. Okay, that's the same for a lot of people, though. A lot of right wingers don't view Catholics as white, essentially, or Irish as white. But overall, white Jews are generally considered white. Now, a lot of there is still a lot of racial stuff there in terms of a lot of people don't view them as fully white. This, but we could debate this. That's a debated as academic still. Um, so it's kind of an ever expanding definition, ASACs in America at least. Okay. Now I will say, Sasha, if you were a Slavic person in the United States with an accent, and maybe you might be viewed differently than if you were just someone of Slavic origin. It depends. Okay. But yes, in America that's the case. Now in Europe, I think we all know that like Eastern Europeans are somewhat of the black folks of Europe. I mean, well, there's other groups too. But yeah, yes, it's kind of like a passing thing, right, Malzor? Um, yeah, I'm anti-Nazi. Lots of relatives of mine were murdered by them. Oh, I know. I absolutely know. I'm saying like the social idea of whiteness is sort of constructed by society. Um, okay, if that makes sense. Okay. So, would you say, Airstyle, excuse me, we are what now? There you go, Laquan. Okay. And whiteness is such, I'll do a stream sometime on the concept of whiteness. It's so stupid, guys. I've told you before how like it bores me to talk about because it's so stupid. And I just went out, I just like, I know I'm not magic. I wish I could just snap my finger and then like, um, exactly, Paul Squall. There isn't an idea of like Slav. It's an idea of white. Like, think about it. When you talk about as someone as being white in America, we don't specify, oh, they're Italian, they're German, they're Irish. Uh, like we they all get conglomerated. Um, thank you. That's the way of phrasing it. They're not like it's not like an identity. It's just sort of a legal grouping of different ethnic backgrounds and skin colors. Um, all right. Yeah, that's fine, Asax. Okay. But the thing is, Asax, is that whiteness is not decided necessarily by the individual. This is debatable. This is debatable. Race is often decided by the society, which is weird. Guys, we'll talk about this sometime. We'll talk about it. Yeah, Meowzord, okay? Okay. So we'll talk about it sometime. It's really bizarre. It's something that annoys me. Before, real fast though, just to show you, if anyone's ever heard of this book, it's one of my favorite books. It's a history book that I think is absolutely brilliant, and I think more people need to read it. The Imaginary Line. Um, this is a oh crap. Imaginary Line race. Did I my book? Am I doing this right? The Invisible Line. Okay, here is a book that if you guys are if you're interested in, okay. This is a really good book. It's called The Invisible Line: A Secret History of Race in America, and it's a brilliant book. It basically shows how like there is no real race, okay? There's like an invisible line that is constantly moving between different what are viewed as racial groups in American history. And so there's no such thing as like race. It's all sort of invented, and the lines between races, you know it, Body Swap, okay? You've read it, are all kind of just made up. And it's absolutely true. It is absolutely true. As a matter of fact, like Even people that were white were sometimes were even put in the black category if they weren't viewed as white enough. So people that might have white colored skin would oftentimes be called black because their ancestry, they had a black ancestor. Like, it's all crap. Okay, it is. It's all made up. Unfortunately, you say, Sasha, then stop using race. What do you mean there, Sasha? You're telling I should stop using race? I wish I could. As I've said before, I really wish I could. Alas, its race has been made real by our society, okay? Because that's what sucks. That's what sucks. All right? Correct, Lacroix. There is more diversity within racial groups. It's all made up bullshit, folks. So anyway, like, I get so sick of having to talk about it because it's just not true. It's just boring. That we okay, it's like, I don't know, I feel like a stone like caveman, which is an insult to cavemen being like, "Oh, they different, they scary, like, oh, they not their skin color different." Okay, good, great, love that. Yeah, yep, there's colorism too. It's very complimented, right? So anyway, it's just something if you're ever interested in a really good book, read The Invisible Line. All right. Okay. Uh, we're all people, and I've said this before, guys. In the end, we're all human beings. I don't give a shit if you have more melanin in your skin or less. Like, really, who cares? Who cares? It's so stupid. I don't care. No problem, Sasha. I don't care. I just Oh, okay. Just guys, and all you got to do for those who maybe do care, I doubt anyone out here, I don't doubt anyone here cares, but just live with people, hang out with people who look different than you. It's really hard to be like, oh, those people are different than me once you see that they're human beings. And then you can see how stupid it is. Okay. Yeah. Transcend your Olympic system, please. And I know it's hard if you don't live in a diverse community because it's easier to demonize people you're not used to. But go out of your comfort zone and meet people from different communities that don't look like you because trust me, it becomes so obvious you will be embarrassed that you ever thought differently. Anyway, okay, guys, so there we go. Yeah, it's weird how awesome people are if you just talk to them. All right. Uh, it does. Exactly. That's exactly it, Laqual. That's why race is super interesting because it is super important, unfortunately. But that's what bothers me is that it is so important, even though it's so stupid. I'm like, why? It just seems like such a waste of time and energy for to have that this is even an issue. It is an issue, but like, why? Where did we go wrong as humans that this is what we? Anyway, you guys know what I mean. You guys know what I mean. Okay, guys. So, um, okay. So there we go. That is the elites, etc. All right, you guys. How dare you invalid accent? My melanin count is better than your melanin count, right? Yeah. And guys, let me say some. No, I shouldn't say that. That's gonna be bad. That's gonna be. I know. I don't really want to say that. That's a really bad thing to say. I was gonna say it's also, by the way, a lot like No, that sounds bad. I don't know. People are gonna give me pushback, I'm sure. If should I just say it? I'll just say it. Um, Another quick way to get rid of racism is to fall in love with someone who doesn't look like you. Okay, I know you can't really help that, but I don't know how to frame this. Like, people are going to be like, "That's you're trying to do." I see. It's even hard to talk about these things, right? If you, okay, never mind. Whatever. I'm not going to say that. I'm not saying Tina. All right, but it's easy to okay. Yeah, develop an emotional connection to someone that doesn't look like you, right? Like, I don't know what to say. If I phrase this the wrong way, it'll come across as me saying you should objectify people who look different than you for the sake of overcoming racism. That's not what I mean. Okay, I'm just saying, like, try hating people of a different skin tone after falling in love with someone who looks different than you. Okay, you see what I mean? It's just human. You can't really pick and choose who you fall in love with. Your body's not going to stop you from falling in love with someone who doesn't look like you. Anyway, you see what I mean. Okay, you see what I mean. All right. Okay. There you go. Okay. Love thy neighbor. All right. Or for example, guys, be a teacher and start developing and care for a child that is black who doesn't. I'm talking to my who doesn't look like you. You know, you'll immediately see. Anyway, whatever. You guys get my idea. Okay. Um. So okay. Wasn't that nice, guys? There's some. So now we've had two presentations about the elite and some of the things about them, some of the stuff about them, some of the interesting ways to look at American society that are sort of interesting ways to sort of view things. And as I said last time, guys, I have found that one of the best ways to understand politics is to look at it through the lens of the elites. Okay, when a bill gets passed through Congress, or doesn't get passed, try to figure out why um, elites may not have wanted that bill to get passed, okay, or why they may have wanted to get the bill passed. And yeah, that is also called what is it called? That's called I get not cherry picking. It's kind of confirmation bias, but you'll start seeing a lot of things that make sense. Okay, guys, we do this. You guys do this all the time. We've talked about it. You guys just don't know it yet. You'll be like, "Oh yeah, they just proposed a bill in Congress to raise the minimum wage." Ha ha ha! That's never going to get passed. Yeah, you know it. You already know it. I guess you just haven't put words to it. You see what I mean? Um, okay, so like you all know this already. It's just that there are academic theories about why that happens. It's because it's not about what you want. It's about what the elites are deciding at the top, and they're not going to do things that hurt them. They need a win-win, right, guys? They need a win-win. They need it to benefit them too. Yep. Oh, shocking, Paul Squall. Why are they always passing tax cuts on the wealthy? Or even, remember how in his first term, Trump passed massive tax cuts on the wealthy? And then when Biden came to office, he didn't even go back to the original tax rate. He slightly increased the tax rate on the wealthy, but it was still well below the tax rate before Trump had been in office. So not even Biden wanted to go back to the tax rate before Trump had been in office. Okay. So why do we think that keeps happening? Huh? Huh? Okay. We got it. We got it. All right. So we have another thing I wanted to talk about, folks. Another thing I wanted to talk about here that we're going to watch a video about. Let me do a little self promotion here. First of all, for those that are watching, la da 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 da. Thank you for anyone who has supported me today. Thank you for anyone that supported me. If we get 3 super chats, I will put on the jester collar. For those that are over on YouTube, please follow me if you haven't already, or subscribe to my channel. You can join for as little as $1 a month, and you get access to a cute little jester hat to next to your name and cute little emojis that are members only that you can use in the chat. If you're over on Twitch, please follow me. I'm trying to get to 300 followers, or you can subscribe to my channel using Amazon Prime for free, which will help keep me going on here and give me some of Jeff Bezos's money. And also, if you do subscribe to me over on Twitch, you'll no longer have to see any ads, which is quite nice. I got to tell you, I've heard that's quite nice. You can also, by the way, support me using Buy Me a Coffee, which is located right here, right next to my face. You can use that QR code. It's also linked at the top of the chat in both YouTube and Twitch. Um, or send me a super chat or a bits over on YouTube. Guys, I haven't been doing this for very long. I've been doing it for about I think what, about 10 months now. I don't even know. It's been less than a year. It's going to be a year here pretty soon. Guys, we're getting to the 1 year anniversary of me starting doing this. I'm trying to grow the community still. I'm growing pretty quickly for how long I've been doing it, but would love your support so I can help trying to do this for the long term. And what was I gonna say? Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything that I have to say here? Oh yes, so there you go, guys. Thank you very much for all your faith, etc. Okay. Mm. Okay, you guys. Oh, also, please join our Discord. We have a fast-growing community on there, and you can recommend things for me to react to in the reactions channel. Okay. Yes, please join our Discord. All right, you guys. Let me give out some boops here. Y'all have been super good. Y'all have been super good. I'm going to hand out some boops. Who wants some boops? I had to fix my jester stick because it broke. All right? It broke. Okay, look at that. It broke. Okay, I'll hand out some boops. Okay, so elevator lady, you get a boop. Elevator lady gets like 8 boops. That's a lot. You get 3. Let's not go crazy, elevator lady, because elevator lady has been integral in establishing our reading group, our book club, which apparently had a great first meeting, and I'm very pissed about not being there. But I'll give you a boop, 3 boops, elevator lady. Boop, boop, boop. You can join our book club, by the way, folks, if you go over to Discord. We're currently reading um, The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein, which is great. Makesy, you get a boop, boop. Sir Bartholomew, you get a boop, boop. Um, of course. Gwen gets a boop, boop. Invalid Axiom gets a boop, boop. Though my eye is on you, Invalid Axiom. I know you. I know you're trying to mess with me. Louise gets a boop, boop. Dolly Boy gave me a thank you, Dolly Boy, for the hydration. Okay. Oh, don't worry. I'll get you. I'll get you, Theodore. Give me a second here, Theodore. Okay. So where'd I see Theodore? Theodore, you get a boop. Boop. Theodore, you get 2 boops because you're new. And I like you, Theodore. So you get 2 boops. Boop. Let's make it 3. Boop. Who else wants a boop? Does Gwen get, did I already give Gwen a boop? Yes, I did. Sir Bartholomew, you get a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Who else needs a boop? Anyone else need a boop? Don't say anything that's gonna make you don't say anything that's gonna make me give you a bromp or a bonk, okay? It looks like most people. Body swap gets a boop. Boop. Pizza Giant gets a boop. Boop. Sarah F, you get a boop if you're still out there. Boop. Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Ox, you get a boop. Boop. Um, Ox says, "Hey, yeah, guys, just objectify white people for one quick and done hookups. You won't feel as bad. They likely did the same to you. And in a moment, if any kink fetish or taboo you bring up slightly questionable, they're probably in sync with you. But they actually look at you like you said something slightly questionable. Then it's in fact very questionable and mildly concerning, and you should probably reflect on that." What do you mean, Ox? I'm sorry here. Yeah, guys, just objectify women for one quick done hookups. Uh, you won't feel as bad. They likely did the same to you, and in a moment of yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, I wanted to be careful of how I frame that aspect because that is a problem. But I'm saying like, just if you fall in love with someone who's like, you know, that way, who is different than you, I guess, is like, then you're gonna very quickly see it, and that happens all the time. Okay. Anyway, um, what if I prefer? Yeah. Uh, yeah, I objectively everyone equally. There you go. All right. Um, okay. So, hilarious Oxpecker. Okay. Did anyone else need a boop? Anyone else need a boop? Did I miss anyone? Paul Squall, you get a boop. Boop. Anyone else need a boop? Okay. Um, bu- 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 all right, guys. All right, you guys. Da, 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 da. All right. Okay, we're done. We're done handing out the boops. Looks like everyone got a boop. Oh, Pizza. I'm sorry, Pizza. You get a boop. Boop. Mithril, you get a boop. Boop. Mithril, I think you wanted a boop. That's why you brought up pizza, because you wanted a boop. Admit it, Mithril. Come on. All right. Dolly Boy, thank you so much. All of you, you need to donate. Dolly Boy basically keeps these streams intact. And Dolly Boy is just a dog. Like, if that dog can do this for us, like from his doghouse, he can send us 200 bits. Don't you like how I'm pluralizing us, even though it's me that's getting the money? Yeah, Dolly Boy. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for sustaining the stream. Okay. Shame on the rest of you. I like using emotional blackmail. Thank you, LaCroix. Thank you, LaCroix is also the best. Okay, thank you, LaCroix. Boop. Thank you. You're the best, LaCroix. You get an extra boop. All right, you guys. Uh oh, guys, we have a hype train going. We got a hype train. We got to get the hype train going. Okay. All right, let's move on, shall we? Let's move on. So, what I want to do next, folks, what I want to do next, guys, is watch this video with you all about Tradwives. Trad wives. And I thought it would be interesting to discuss this because I don't know much about trad wives because I have not long been in that segment of the internet. As a maybe because I'm gay, I don't know. Maybe because I'm gay, I have not been in that segment of the internet. I don't know. Okay. Not really going out and looking for ladies to anyway. So this is a video by More Perfect Union called "We Found the Real Reason Gen Z Wants to Be Tradwives." And I haven't watched it, but does anyone have a theory before we watch about why that might be? let's see, and just write it down. We can see if you're right afterwards. Um, yeah, invalid axiom, right? And I don't know. It's interesting. And to be clear though, folks, as I said previously, a trad wife is different from like a stay-at-home mom, okay, or like a wife who wants to stay at home. We're talking, yeah, it's a real thing, Sir Bartholomew. There's a movement, especially on the right wing, to push for women to go back into the home, and a lot of women are trad wives. They say that that's better to be in the home, and uh, uh, that's not the same, of course, as wives who do stay at home or just out of necessity. But there's almost like a movement for it, okay, and I just am curious about where it might be coming from. And so let's watch, okay? So, all right. Let's just watch about it. I am very curious. All right, so let's watch.
I mean, what if I don't want to live the way you live?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea.
Yeah,
everybody wants this. Everybody wants to be us.
What if I don't want to live the way you live? I mean, what if I don't want to live the way you live?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this.
Okay.
When I was a teenager, this was the image of being a feminist.
I definitely consider myself an entrepreneur. Not only am I an influencer.
Okay, so guys, I was just Alyssa. Okay, that's interesting, Alyssa. Okay, so remember what I was talking about, guys? How like feminism for a lot of people, for a lot of women, when it was in the 20s, in the 2010s and stuff, was all about like girl CEO or like woman CEO, rise to the top, break the glass ceiling. A lot of images would show women like wearing CEO outfits. So a lot of that feminism was linked to like success in the corporate world and sort of a capitalist form of success. Okay, so anyway, that they're just mentioning that.
But I'm also a designer, a tech entrepreneur, an advisor, an investor.
Whenever there's a quote-unquote glass ceiling, there's an iron woman right behind it.
You're a couple years out of new school, which is the most...
Just a few months.
It was being a girl.
I'm sorry I keep pausing it. I have so much to say about these things. How he like that guy that was saying behind a woman who breaks the glass ceiling is a girl of iron. Do you know how hard it is to raise kids? Like, for example, even as a single mom, let alone, I mean, as a mom, like overall, let alone as a single mom, for example. Um, you need to be an iron person. There you go, Shiv. You need to be an iron person to care for raise kids, even if you're not working. Okay, just to be clear, there are other ways to be iron that isn't just working. You know what I mean? Okay.
Boss, a powerful career-focused woman who made it to the top of her field.
I don't exactly know what you do or how you do it, but when you walk through these gates, things start happening.
But for teenage girls these days, it's all about living a soft life. Not reaching the top of the corporate ladder, but instead quiet quitting, being a stay-at-home girlfriend, or even a trad wife.
We like cooking, we like running a home, we like supporting our husbands.
Okay, I do hope that this doesn't start demonizing women who do decide to stay at home, but okay. All right.
Trad content is wildly popular on social media. It's got this beautiful farmhouse aesthetic and dreamy images of plush domestic bliss. It's a relaxing reprieve from the chaos of modern life. But to me, a journalist who's been covering right-wing media for nearly a decade,
Pizza That Giant says, "Why are you not feeding the corporate mall, woman?"
a lot of the tradwife discourse online sounds suspiciously similar to the types of things I hear from dark money funded think tanks in DC.
Shocking.
When you get married to
Remember,
somebody
guys,
who
dark money funded, so the elites are funding it.
does all the thinking for you, it is so nice.
You used to only hear that kind of talk coming from guys like this.
I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree.
Yeah, Glenn.
That's a really good reason to go to college, actually. You will find a husband.
How did this suddenly go mainstream? So I went onto the homestead and into the kitchen and to a Turning Point USA conference to meet some real life tradwives and find out who they really are and what they think.
I just don't want to get bullied by teenagers.
Yeah, become a teacher. You'll get bullied by teenagers all the time.
My husband gets up way before I do because I actually have a lot of trouble waking up for alarms. And he grabs Misha, that's our toddler son, sort of like steers him into my room. And it's like my favorite part of the day. We come downstairs, I make some breakfast, and then sit down and do our morning prayers together.
Esther is 24 years old and lives in Ohio. She's exactly what I picture when I think Tradwife.
People would say that I live very traditionally because I have a toddler, I'm pregnant with another child, I got married young, my husband and I are devout Catholics.
She also seems to have nailed the soft life.
I really love having the space to unfold slowly and kind of center yourself.
Oh my God, I want to be a Tradwife now. Dear God, this sounds lovely. And obviously, I'm not talking about the implications of that, but like, oh my God, wouldn't that be nice, guys? Look how relaxed she looks. Dear God. Okay.
In the morning.
And I do understand why this is appealing to some young women. While our grandmothers were told to look pretty so you can marry a man who will take care of you, millennial women like me got a more empowering feminist message in the 2010s.
Sorry I'm late, but I had some very important business to attend to.
#girlboss. We didn't need to rely on a man to have our own bejeweled American dream. We could be a she-EO. As a baby millennial, I was set on living the girl boss life.
Yeah.
I wanted to work in politics. But when we tried to lean in, a lot of us just fell down.
Oh my God, do you remember that lunatic Sheryl Sandberg? Okay, she's not a lunatic, but she was one of these elites who wrote Lean In about how the way for women to rise up is to speak more at the corporate board meetings you're at and to actually give your opinion on important things. You know, I'm sure very applicable to the majority of women. I'm sure most of them have the opportunity to speak up at a corporate board meeting, right? So this is an example here of where we saw in that graph that there are a lot more women now in corporate board spaces or in the elites. So yeah, the women who are at the top have been able to kind of get more positions and things like that. Certainly not exactly applicable to most women in the country in terms of rising up. You just got to lean in at the corporate board meeting, all right?
How do you have time for everything? How do you balance it all?
I don't. I'm very tired all the time.
Finding a job is hard. All the fucking girl boss feminist bitches lied to me.
I don't have goals. I don't have ambition. I only want to be attractive.
Why am I not allowed to just vibe?
Some of those CEOs ended up creating the same toxic workplaces as their male counterparts. And certain types of women weren't allowed to girl boss even if they wanted to. The girl boss wasn't trying to change the way our economy works. She was just trying to succeed for herself in a broken system.
Girl boss feminism is so deeply rooted in capitalism.
Yes. Oh my God, so true. All right.
2016, I became disillusioned with the whole girl boss thing. I became a journalist.
Like goddamn Hillary, whenever I see her face, I want to vomit. Okay, Pizza That Giant, I brought myself up on nothing and alone in the millions. Find me relatable. Yeah, right, Pizza That Giant? Jesus. And that book was extremely popular. But guys, also think of, so the book, that Lean In book by Sheryl Sandberg, think about all the women, there were tons of women that read it. It was a very popular book, but think about how deflating that is. That book makes it appear as if if you're not succeeding, it must be because you are not leaning in. There's something wrong with you. You just aren't pushing hard enough. Okay? Like, you are just not pushing hard enough. So, like, obviously, and that's classic across a lot of books. Okay? That's classic across a lot of books. Like, there's a lot of self-help books and stuff. So we're often taught to blame ourselves when the system fails us, okay?
And traded in my pantsuit for a sweatsuit. Now Gen Z is coming of age, and surprise, surprise, being a worker in America still sucks. The gender pay gap has only narrowed by 4 cents since 2003, and their degrees feel worthless as entry-level jobs disappear. I totally get why some young women just want to escape to the prairie and bake sourdough, but I couldn't help but wonder, does wishing for a family necessarily mean young women are becoming more conservative? The right-wing movement certainly hopes so. They've gone all in on recruiting young women who want out of the corporate rat race. They're investing big in a new class of social media savvy pundits who push conservative messaging to young women.
The feminist movement is in large part to blame for the
Do you guys think that, honestly, do you think one of the reasons why there's these elite institutions pushing this message is because they know that there's going to be less employment in the future? This is kind of conspiratorial. I don't know this. It was just a theory because of AI and stuff. Do you think they're trying to lessen the unemployment pool by trying to pull women out of the race for work so that there are less people unemployed, maybe? I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing. I don't know if that's the case. It might just be weird conservative shit. Um, she's making this sound like a good thing. Yeah, that lady just showed making sourdough is a multimillionaire. Really, LaQuah? That's funny. Okay.
Fracturing of the traditional home where women were
Yeah, Gwen.
coerced outside of their natural roles as mothers into the workforce.
They're cashing in on the
Oh my God, I hate how women are talked about like they're animals. I mean, of course they are animals. Men and women are animals, but like it's their natural role. Their natural role are to be baby making machines. Their natural role as mothers. Trust me, I've met women who probably shouldn't be mothers. Okay, I've met women who are great mothers. I met women who shouldn't be good mothers. That's like really weird to me. Okay. Anyway.
girl boss backlash too, shaming women who don't want to have children or who want to have a career by calling them
a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives.
There are a lot of successful 35-year-old orthopedic surgeons that have cats.
What's so bad about cats specifically? Okay. I didn't know that was a narrative that everyone's going with.
The right-wing youth group Turning Point USA is at the center of this messaging push.
Of course!
Last summer, I attended one of the youth conferences they host, Ground Zero for all things trad.
I wanted to do Air Force, I wanted to do FBI, I was interested in police.
She has a 47 hat on, 40, she's supporting Mr. Trump.
Work, all of that. But then I really just came around to the perspective of what's more important in life. Is it going to be more important to me to have kids and a family in the future and that will last forever? Or a career that, yes, could help people, but also isn't going to be relevant in a few years? And Charlie really says to choose one. And I thought about it. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I've not been choosing the right thing. I've changed from not wanting to have any kids to I could see myself with 4 or 5.
Right-wing activists have also launched a women's magazine. They call...
See, it's interesting. So women obviously are not stupid, okay? Who would have thought? They're human beings. So it's like some of these women, okay, are translating capitalist oppression. Instead of saying, oh, the system is oppressing me, they're saying, I just need to, I'll just be happier being a wife, okay? It's sort of a transference of a system critique. Okay, you see what I mean? Like instead of criticizing a system that has very harmful work patterns, you assume that you're not living the way you should be. I'm just spitballing here. There's probably more to it than that, but that's an interesting thing. Okay, I don't know. Okay.
The conservative Cosmo. In between fashion tips and
exactly, Paul Squat. They're upset about capitalism, but they're not identifying the problem as capitalism, right? That's what it seems to be. They're not identifying that capitalism is the problem. Okay, they're identifying it as like, or at least that's the message they're being given. By the way, by these conservative organizations. But I get it. Yeah, the false cause fallacy, and I'm not sure. I don't know. It's not like. Yeah, well, we'll keep listening.
Pretty gossip. EV Magazine features articles fear-mongering about the dangers of birth control, focusing on your career, and delaying having children. EV's editor-in-chief, Brittany...
Correct, Paul Squaw, but you notice, Paul Squaw, so Paul Squaw says they aren't describing problems that I haven't experienced as a man participating in capitalism. Correct. So why then, Paul Squaw, are those right-wing organizations specifically promoting women going back into the home? Okay. You see what I mean? So a lot of this is messaging from the right wing. They're not saying men should go into the home because the problems being caused by capitalism, they are transferring into a misogynistic way of viewing the world, right? They're trying to turn that people being upset with capitalism into, yeah, it's a gendered obedience. It'd be one thing if they were like, well, maybe everyone should go back into the home. But a lot of these right-wingers are promoting specifically women going back into the home. So there's where all the misogyny comes in and sort of the patriarchal views of these things. Okay? Yeah, pizza, right.
Hugo Boom also created a period tracking app that encourages natural family planning instead of the pill or an IUD. And she sells a supplement called Toxic Breakup to use after quitting hormonal birth control. Most of the app's funding came from
Wait, she sells a supplement that does what? I'm sorry, it sounded significant, but I had trouble processing it. Mithril says it's also an interpretation of the Madonna. Yeah, oh, that's true, Mithril. Okay.
Instead of the pill or an IUD. And she sells a supplement called Toxic Breakup to use after quitting hormonal birth control.
What? I don't know what that means. I don't get that. I don't. Oh, say basically gets them off. Oh, so they're trying to stop. Okay, who was it that just said it's about babies? That is so fascist. You were right. I think this is kind of I'm starting to see how this is kind of a fascist. I mean, it was already a fascist ideology, but the idea of you think conservatives want to do this because they want more babies? That would be that's very possible. That's very possible. Like if they're trying to get them off birth control, that it's kind of like trying to produce. They think there's not enough babies out there, right? Okay. That's interesting. I forgot about that. That kind of reminds me of that little medal I have from the Nazis. You know, rewarding women for having more babies. Okay. Interesting.
Most of the app's funding came from right-wing billionaire Peter Thiel.
Of course. Oh, of course. So a lot of the funding for that came from Peter Thiel. I got to go back here. This is why there's a gay mafia that controls everything, people. Just kidding. All right.
Quitting hormonal birth control. Most of the app's funding came from right-wing billionaire Peter Thiel.
Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds like I'm having. Okay, never mind. But yeah, of course it did. Shocking. Peter Thiel is in on this. Okay. All right. Yes, the gay man is trying to promote women to go. Okay. This is so bizarre to me. All right. Why though? What would be his I'm honestly what would be the reasoning for him supporting this? Is it because he knows that people are going to be more unemployed? Like I don't know. Is it just a distraction? Okay. It's something bad. Eid Mubarak to you too, Jonas. Okay. Eid Mubarak. Have you eaten yet? Are you going to be eating at some point today, I'm guessing? Jonas, thank you so much for the donation. Really, thank you, Jonas, for the big donation there. Hope you're doing well, Jonas. Okay. Yeah, because it entrenches a broad, wide underclass. That's fair. Yeah, he is. You're right. Invalid axiom. You're right. Peter Thiel is all about social control. All right.
This fits right into the larger reactionary right-wing movement, led by groups like the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society. They've spent decades dismantling the social safety net established in the New Deal and chipping away at reproductive rights.
I'm sorry, Mayflower Kid. Here, Mayflower Kid. I'll yell less often, but I'll still yell, okay? Take an Advil, or I don't know, whatever you're supposed. You're a doctor. You figure it out, Mayflower Kid. If you have a headache, figure it out, okay?
And their scheming paid off big in 2022 when they overturned Roe v. Wade. Even Tradwife influencers who aren't overtly political, their lives track well onto the 1950s inspired conservative vision of America. A Christian family with a man at the head and a subservient wife. He goes out to work, she joyfully—
Guys, have I shown you some of the ads from the 1950s? You know what? Let's briefly pause this. We'll get right back to it. Ads, women, 1950s. Okay. Very reflective of how women were viewed in the 1950s. Some of the ads, like this one, I literally am going to give you guys a content warning because some of it is openly violent about women. I just want to be clear about that. Slight content warning here. Okay, seriously. Here's an example of one that I've seen before. See this? Okay. It's a man that has his wife over his knees and he's spanking her. And it says, if your husband ever finds out you're not store testing for fresher coffee. Okay. Now, of course, some people are into this sort of thing. But what I mean here, obviously, is that we shouldn't put images of women being spanked and beat and say that she'll be spanked or beaten if she doesn't provide what her husband needs. Like this was very common. These kind of ideas, or this one, guys. Yeah. this one, for example, I don't know if you can see here, there's a woman down here barely hanging on after they've climbed up this mountain. And it literally says at the top, men are better than women. Women are indoors, women are useful, even pleasurable. On a mountain, they are something of a drag. So don't be hauling them up a cliff just to show your friend, just to show off your climbing sweaters. This is an ad about sweaters for men. It has absolutely nothing to do with a woman hanging off of a cliff. Yeah, these are the kind of ads you would see all the time in the 1950s. This one isn't as brutal. I'll find you some more brutal ones, but this one isn't as brutal, but still kind of gross. This is a Christmas ad for a vacuum machine where it says, Christmas morning, she'll be happier with a Hoover. You know, because that's all women get happy about, apparently, is doing chores around the house. And so she clearly wants a better vacuum for Christmas. Okay, so just some of the ads of the time are really not, are kind of gross and are openly, openly abusive about women. There's another one that I really want to show you if I can find it here. Let's see here. Where is it? There's one where there is a woman who is, there it is. Ooh, okay. Ooh. I actually used to show my students these things, okay? I used to put up a bunch of these posters around the classroom and then ask students to use these images to determine how women were viewed in the 1950s, okay? To kind of look at this one. Here we have a man. His wife he literally has his foot on top of his wife's head, and she is like a skinned tiger rug on the ground. And it says, it's nice to have a girl around the house. Okay. That's kind of brutal. Or something like this, which says, you mean a woman can open it? And it's an ad for like opening a ketchup bottle. And it's like, okay, what? So, all right. The 1950s were not a great time for women. All right. Yeah. So just to be clear here, this is the period that a lot of these people are saying they want to return to. All right. So, okay. I'm going to get out of some of this shit because I just realized I have all this shit pulled up. Probably will slow down the stream. Okay, let's keep watching.
He keeps the home and minds the children. Their efforts seem to be working. In 2024, the youth vote had its largest...
You're not wrong, Pizza Giant. Do you guys remember the Honeymooners? Was that the guy that was like, well, I oughta, or whatever? He was always threatening to beat his wife, and that was kind of the joke, was that he's going to beat his wife. Not great. Okay, not great at all. Okay, way to go, Sam. And now I'm going to fight with my husband when he's home in case he's a secret messiah. No, Alyssa, no. Okay.
Swing towards Republicans.
Yeah, I'll send you straight to the moon. Really dark shit. Really dark shit.
In 20 years, especially with young white women. Democrats were stuck in outdated girl boss messaging.
So again, this is interesting. This is kind of the idea that there are a lot of people upset with capitalism, and Trump is giving the illusion of being anti the system and is giving the illusion of offering an out of capitalism. So a lot of people voted for him because even some of these young white women, because they viewed him as an escape from the capitalist system. Now it is again, classic fascist, right? Sir Bartholomew, classic fascism there. But this is what I'm saying, right? Imagine if the Democrats offered an alternative and said, okay, yeah, capitalism is the problem. We need to make some major reforms. They're never going to do that, though, of course. They're never going to do that.
Meanwhile, Republicans had someone on the ticket who understood trad mentality all too well.
You have women who think that truly the liberationist path is to spend 90 hours a week working in a cubicle at McKinsey instead of starting a family and having children.
Again, though, this is interesting, though. That sounds oppressive whether you're a woman or a man, right? Like, that sounds oppressive to be a woman or a man to work that hard, but they're only going after the women, right? Do you see how this is also, in a weird way, oppressive of men? What I mean by that is, like, they're implying that, women are the weaker ones who should be at home doing all this stuff. So there's misogyny. There's also the notion here that men men are the ones who have to do all the labor and have to be the breadwinners and have to exhibit this corporatist form of labor, right? And see what I mean? So it's oppressive, and again, it's more oppressive of women. But that is weird to say, oh, working 90 hours a week in a cubicle is bad for women. Yeah, that's also horrible for men. What? So the issue, okay. It's just interesting when you think of it that way.
Choice was between being a stay-at-home mother and doing Excel spreadsheets. I would definitely be a stay-at-home mother.
Right now, Esther does work. She's an adjunct professor of philosophy and classics at a university nearby, where her husband, JB, is a PhD student.
Oh, naughty. The teacher has a relationship with the student. Yeah, Alyssa, and then men are expected to be stoic about it. Don't show your feelings. Don't be vulnerable. Yeah, okay. Yep, I'm not going to go too much into that, Alyssa, but you're right. Okay.
I think that having a career in general is important to me, but having this job is important to me. Teaching students, doing philosophy, reading these great books. This is so amazing and meaningful. It's not easy because it's just really hard to have sort of moved away from a one-income household paradigm. The standard of living is just adjusted for there being two people working.
Esther and JB don't have a lot of money. How do
join the club?
Finances and income factor into your decision about having children?
They don't. I mean, if we were like homeless, we would be like, this is really scary. We need to like be very careful not have any more children right now. But the decision.
I will say, do you see the cross around her neck? She's an Orthodox Christian, which might partially explain. There is a religious aspect that sometimes a More Perfect Union does not talk about race issues, religion, or like religious belief issues. They tend to focus on, they typically focus on economic things. Part of this might be a religious belief on her part. The idea that women, according to Christianity, should be more subservient, etc. Just a note there. Okay. Alyssa, you say, I see this with my own husband. He has the pressure of literally keeping me and our kids comfortable when taken care of, and then has to be a boss who wants to know. Yeah, Alyssa, it is absolutely oppressive of men. 100%. Yeah, Gwen, they said Catholic, but it's not, they're Orthodox Catholic. They're not like Roman Catholic. Regardless, yeah. Did they say they were Catholic? Maybe I missed it. Yeah, it's oppressive for men, Alyssa. It absolutely is. The idea that men all need to be the workers, all need to be the ones who are the breadwinners, all need to be the ones who fight and die in the military. Okay. Yeah. So, exactly. If the men are oppressed, they're better soldiers, right, Malzord? But then they're also men end up being told that they are superior to women. Look, you're the one that can do the jobs. You're the ones who can fight. Women are weak, and they can only be at home. And it's interesting. The messaging is different whether you're a man or a woman, right? Women are told that being at home is a sign of empowerment. You get to the freedom of raising a child or whatever. Okay, you get more comfort. That's what women are told. Men are told women being at home is a sign of their inferiority. Women belong at home, and they're told that it is a way of showing their own dominance over women. Anyway, do you see how these narratives try to control both men and women? That's not to say that there isn't patriarchy and that women, there's a reason why they're having women go into the home. But okay, it's interesting. Gender stuff is super interesting.
To have children was just not something that was influenced by like our standard of living.
Have you had any unexpected costs with pregnancy?
Yeah, the big one for me is the midwife.
That's a happy baby.
I had a OBGYN.
There you go, Gwen.
I ended up switching to a midwife for what I consider safety reasons.
After a painful experience with a kidney infection during her first pregnancy, Esther needed more personalized care.
Whoa, that's super nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass out. That is so nice.
Midwives are not paid for insurance, and it takes like half of my adjunct paycheck.
Oh my God.
To like prenatal.
I'm sorry. We need healthcare. Obviously, we need healthcare. We also need women to be paid for the non-paid labor they do. And that's the thing. What always been, guys, is a lot of the conservative men and women out there. I want them to be happy too. I want them to get all these goddamn things too, right? Anyway, but they don't see that. They think like the left is out to get them. But I just want I want all of us to be provided these things. I want her to have free healthcare. I want her to have I don't want her to have to pay that much for her midwife. Okay.
Vitamins. I've got approximately 1 billion prenatals to take. When my midwife talked to me about what the recommended diet was for a pregnant woman, I'm like, there's no freaking way. Like, probiotic kefir's kind of expensive, yogurt's kind of expensive. We would look at like even like breakfast cereals and be like, oh my gosh, one day when we're fabulously wealthy, we will buy like Rice Krispies. And I remember just seeing like $50 worth of groceries, and it's like all we have for like this whole week. And then like the person next to us has like multiple gallons of milk at a time. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like multiple gallons of milk at a time, right? But it was just still kind of like psychologically hard for me to be like pregnant and like wanting to like make everything good in my like new little house, and then having to buy the like possibly spoiled chicken from Kroger, you know? Like
Shivering, you say a lot of it, at least from heteronormative man, feels like appeals to nature. Look, this is how it is in the animal kingdom. Yeah, absolutely, Shiv, you're right. Okay. They do that in almost every way, Shiv. They even do that to like gay people. Like it's one of those illusions where they're like, well, you know, gay sex is unnatural, or they'll say like a woman working is unnatural, right? They very much pick and choose, as you know, right? Because by the way, there are seahorses. In seahorses, the male seahorse is the one that, for example, gives birth to babies, okay, and cares for the babies and shit. Like it is, they pick and choose things. Yeah, okay, they pick and choose things from the animal kingdom that support their view of things. Or I could talk about how multiple species do homosexual shit. Okay, I mean, dear God, a lot of them are really gay. A lot of them put Grinder to shame. Let's put it that way. Okay. By the way, I said grinder, not grind car, just to be clear, grind car. Okay. So, but they pick and choose this shit, don't they?
What am I supposed to do?
Have a ton
there
of
you go, invalid axiom.
kids. I mean, get married when you're too young, have more kids than you can afford.
Have as many kids as you can afford. Have more than you can afford.
Have a million kids.
Less burnout, more babies.
By the way, it's really easy. Okay. Yeah. This is fun. I'm sorry. It is so easy for a woman who's that is this rich to say this. Okay. There's a class issue here too, guys. A lot of the women promoting this stuff have plenty of money. That's going to be super easy for them to not work. I got to tell you, she probably ain't working. Very easy for her to be like, just go home and raise babies. We need more babies. Be a baby making machine. Yeah, you're rich. She's wearing, I mean, she has like a bunch of pearls around her neck. All right.
A more helpful suggestion came from
yeah, there you go, Paul Squall. She's making plenty. You're right. She is literally working as she's doing this.
Family friend. Go on food stamps.
She was like, there's this thing called WIC, and there's this thing called CHIP, and there's this thing called SNAP, and like, it's really—
And look, this woman who's actually at home is struggling, and she shouldn't have to be struggling, because we need people to raise kids, right? Whether it be a man or a woman, she shouldn't be struggling. But that rich woman is like promoting this, even though she isn't going to have to struggle through it. Maybe make a system where there can be women where there can be people that stay at home to raise kids and they don't have to struggle. Or where both parents can work and they don't have to struggle, like with free childcare or something. No. That's not what we're going to do, though, folks. We're not going to have that. We can't have that. We can't have nice things.
Important that you not feel any shame about that, because it's for like poor pregnant young mothers. Like, this is who it's for.
They also
there you
got
go,
on
Brian
Medicaid.
Carr, you know it.
Not sure that's part of the right's vision of the perfect 1950s trad life, but even some of—
Well, yeah, Grind Car, trying to find a job is a humiliation ritual. Let's be honest. A lot of times the modern workplace is a giant humiliation ritual. Who here agrees with me? Come on. I think we all know that it's so humiliating to do a job search, to do an interview. Workplaces can be deeply humiliating. You have to bow to authority figures and stuff in public, even if you disagree. I know that sounds kind of like we don't like talking about that because we have this sense in our culture that you're too proud. You know, you have an ego. It's a humiliation ritual. Yeah, it's okay to view yourself highly and to kind of respect yourself enough to feel humiliated in a workspace when you're being treated in certain ways. It's a public humiliation ritual, so I totally get that, Grindcar.
The women at the Turning Point conference weren't buying that version.
They've just kind of been preaching like, always make a family, make a family, make a family, and it's just, I believe that women should have some sort of career field and stuff while also being able to have a family.
I would love to settle down.
Yeah,
the issue is that women are being priced into having to work, so it's not really an option.
Well, I mean, I think the goal of the government should be to help the working class, point blank, period.
But there's another key part of the trad life that I'm still curious about. Last summer, I spent more time at Turning Point conferences than I did with my own family.
Ugh.
The aesthetic of...
I feel bad for her. We need to send her some, I don't know, something to help with her mental health. Dear Lord, going to all those conferences. All right, Sir Bartholomew, Sanai Takachi, Japan's prime minister, has told President Trump he's the only person who can achieve world peace. I'm sure. Hey, more power to her. She knows how to mess with the authoritarian's ego. Hey, might as well. He's so stupid, he'll probably believe her. Yeah, Mithril, I've been repeatedly asked about my ambition. I'm so sorry, Mithril. I'm nearly 60. What bloody ambition do you think I have? Yeah, Mithril. And how will that affect your work, right? Like, that is so humiliating, Mithril. I'm so sorry.
Trad that conservatives create is always the same. A beautifully decorated farmhouse in a perfect pastoral setting. And online, trad influencers like Ballerina Farm show us a vision of labor that's connected to the earth and produces tangible goods. A contrast to many jobs today where the fruits of your labor are usually just increased shareholder value. So I went to rural New Hampshire to meet another genre of trad life, the homesteader, to learn what the soft girl...
Sir Bartholomew, but I firmly believe that only you can achieve peace across the world, said Takachi, noting her trip to the White House is to directly convey that message from the international community to the president. I gotta tell you, she's clever. She knows exactly what she's saying, okay? She's just fluffing him up, okay? Because remember, he's mad that Japan isn't sending vessels to the... Persian Gulf, so now she's trying to counteract his anger by complimenting him a bunch.
Life is like on an idyllic farm.
I get up early.
Yeah,
I'm up
that's
by
true,
6
Sir Bartholomew.
most
She's a
mornings.
monster, by the way.
In the winter,
like
I'm making a fire, doing yoga, and then I go right to farm chores for a couple hours before work.
Jesse and Andy got married young, but other than that, their life doesn't look like Ballerina Farm at all.
Who is doing most of these morning tasks?
It's mostly me. I would say that I'm the farmer, and I'm the outdoors woman. My husband does a ton of the housework, lots of.
Oh my God, I don't like this, guys. They're rejecting gender roles. What is this? This guy is a beta. Did you hear that? He does the housework and she works on the farm. This guy right here, big time beta. I'm joking, right? Yeah, like obviously, not everyone has to work in the assigned. Yeah, what a cuck. Okay. Based, by the way, based. He's awesome. Okay. So is she. They're both awesome. They're both awesome. Okay. Yeah. But like you can imagine right wingers would be screaming about this. And honestly, I don't get it. I don't like who cares who does what. Okay. Who cares? But that's awesome.
Things that make our life run.
My great domestic contribution is I love to clean.
Physical labor tasks. We often split those things 50-50. Heavy hauling, shoveling, splitting and stacking wood. I probably take a little bit more of the lead, but that's just because I like doing that stuff.
Yeah, you like it.
But yeah, we're always sharing.
But you definitely are like...
Chief rock hauler.
Yeah, the project lead.
Like, you're assistant rock hauler.
Yeah. Things to me. And...
I think that what was women's work and what was men's work is really hard to define.
Yep.
Like, I don't even know how we get clean towels. I don't know where they come from.
It literally can't be defined because it's invented. There's no such thing or there's fundamental. We all know that, right? There's nothing's fundamentally man or women's work. Like, fundamentally, work is work. It doesn't matter who's doing it. Okay, we know that, right? So that's all sort of social constructions. I know, how dare they gender bend, right? Okay.
Another departure from the homesteading fantasy, Jesse works a corporate job, and so did Andy before he was recently laid off. Right now, Jesse is the primary breadwinner.
Correct,
It has
Wizards.
slowed down our ability to do large-scale projects on this property.
Correct, invalid axiom. Strimmer is fundamentally clown work. There you go. That is only work that a jester can do, okay?
It's
the
hard.
Jester gender is the only gender that can do jester work.
Hard to do things like replace our roof, replace our front door.
It's also slowed down the timeline on another big goal and a key element of trad life.
If the margins were less thin for families in this country, we would have had kids sooner. Housing was very expensive and took a long time, and we're extremely lucky. Most people our age have not been able to buy healthcare costs, if that.
So Alyssa says, this is closer to me and how my husband functioned. We just do. Yeah, that's what people have to do, right, Alyssa? We do argue over who gets to mow because we both like it. That's funny, Alyssa. Invalid. Yeah, okay. Wizards Bread's books. The laugh was we have Krusty the Clown at home. Well, you're welcome, Wizards Bread's books. You're welcome.
Wasn't as much of a factor. We would have had kids younger.
Yeah.
Jesse is approaching the decision to have kids differently than Esther, but both of them value and prioritize family life.
Yeah,
I hope for the opportunity to stay home with my kids for at least their younger years.
That's based John G vibes. That's based. You say I do the laundry and the dishes and my wife does all the fixy stuff. Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah. Guys, I will say there have been studies on this, or like, not necessarily studies, but research on this. Okay. A lot of times historically, class mitigates a lot of gender roles. What do I mean by that? A lot of times like very strict gender roles between men and women are middle to upper class things, okay? Because you really have to have a certain amount of money to have a stay-at-home wife, okay? Not always, all right? Like, you see what I mean? Like, a husband has to be, or like a man has to be making a certain amount of money to be able to sustain a whole family with that salary. And typically you have to be higher up on the spectrum for that to work. I'm overgeneralizing here, but a lot of times elites and higher up people have much more strict gender norms than people lower down. Like in the Middle Ages, for example, there was a lot, like men and women were working on the farms. Men and women were like harvesting the crops. You did what you had to do. It didn't matter. Like you got to do what you got to do. You can't really afford to pick and choose who's going to harvest the crops today. Men and women are going to do that, okay? They're going to, see what I mean? But this is an overgeneralization, but you see what I mean, right? Okay.
I spent a whole day on the farm with Jesse.
When you complete this swing and slide motion, they're both together.
Afterwards, I was tired. Is this how the ballerina farm lady feels all the time?
As someone who comes from a lineage of homesteaders, is the soft feminine life of homesteading a realistic vision of the past?
No. A lot of that work is presented in a very leisurely or pleasurable way.
Yep.
When I think in reality for many women it was not.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the longing for a life where you don't have to work outside of the home.
Yep.
When that's a financial reality for most households. Like it's very difficult to be a one-income household.
So then how do these tradwife influencers make it work?
Yeah.
When I got back from Jesse's, I started looking a little more into Ballerina Farm, or Hannah Nealman. First things first, she's married to the JetBlue heir, so there's that.
There it is. There it is. Okay.
But they're actually not even a one-income household. Ballerina Farm isn't just an Instagram handle. It's the name of her online store, which has over 50 employees. And I'm pretty sure your average 1950s homemaker didn't have a personal assistant and a homeschooling teacher. She's not even the only one with a second income stream. Many of the biggest tradwife accounts are selling you more than just their lifestyle.
Nora Smith, Calvin Klein.
It's a marketing move. That's interesting. Yeah, Gwen.
It turns out that being a tradwife influencer is really just like being a girl
You're right, Meowzord.
boss. The girl boss and tradwife are two sides of the same capitalist coin. They're both turning their life into a personal brand and business.
Guys, this is repressive to sublimation. I'm telling you. I've talked to you guys about in capitalism, a lot of times things that are rebellious, things that are supposed to be rebellious to the system, get integrated into the system. Thank you, Meowzord, and then lose their ability to be used as a form of resistance. Rap, for example. Rap started as something very rebellious and anti the system, and it has been now become integrated in mainstream, and it's not really a way of resisting anymore in a lot of ways. Feminism. what are we seeing here, right? The idea of like the girl boss shit has become monetized, part of the capitalist system, and is no longer something that is really resistive of the system. Okay, Tradwives was sort of, it looks like it was sort of presented as a way to escape capitalism. It's now part of the profit motive of the capitalist system. So, okay. Okay, well, that was, could have predicted that. It's just another way. All right. Or like, if you want my personal example, something that bothers me is drag. Okay. For the LGBTQ community, drag and balls started in New York City amongst mainly LGBTQ, mainly trans people of color, in a lot, in poverty, starting these balls where they would dress up and do these things. And then over time, it became repressively desublimated. And now you have something like, what is it called? The drag, damn it, I don't even remember what it's called now because I don't watch it. The drag queen thing, the big show, RuPaul's Drag Race, which is just a massive corporate entity that is no longer resistive or rebellious at all. Okay, it's like barely resistive or rebellious. It is just integrated it into the system, and now it's super popular, and it's no longer a form of resistance. Okay, you get my idea here. Guys, I have got to pee. Yeah, it's performative rebellion, and that is repressive desublimation 101. I've got to use the restroom. I'm sorry. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Oh my God, I'm about to pee my pants. I'll be right back, guys. I'm an adult. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. Okay. Let's go on. I'll be right back here. One sec.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now, so think about how
Oh, I feel so much better, folks. Oh, where's my hat? Where's my hat? Oh my God, no. Oh my God, no. Where's my hat? Oh, God damn it. God damn it, ADHD. God damn it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. 1 second. You know what? It's kind of hot. I'm going to take off my sweatshirt here. Ugh. Oh, good Lord. Maybe I should just stop wearing the goddamn sweatshirt. I always have to take it off anyway, don't I? I guess I'm trying to look presentable. So if anyone comes in here and is like, what is this slut on the screen who's barely dressed? You know, I got to look somewhat professional, I guess. Put on a nice sweatshirt. All right. So I can at least entrap people before I become a slut. Okay. There we go. All right. Oh, this is so much better. Okay. All right. There we go. What are all of you doing? What is all this performative nonsense happening in the chat right now? Shame on you. Okay. All of you are doing performative rejections and counter rejections and shit. All right, you guys, we're almost done with this video. We'll finish it. Please like the stream. By the way, if you're over on YouTube, do you guys mind liking the stream for me? If I'm cute enough and innocent enough, will you like it? Please? Would you like the stream over on YouTube? Please? Okay. And if you can become a member for as little as 99 cents per month over on YouTube. Or you can subscribe over on Twitch, which I would deeply appreciate. Help me survive. Okay, help me survive. And thank you everyone who is here, by the way. I am live every day except for Wednesdays and Sundays, and that might be changing soon because I feel like those are 2 days that are popular for me to be on, so I might try to find a different time because I feel like I'm losing out on shit. I just went to YouTube. Thank you at Valid Axiom. Yes, if you're over on Twitch, you can go over to YouTube. It's linked in the Twitch chat, and you can like the stream and then go back to Twitch if you want to, but I didn't recommend that. All right, so continue. Let's finish this video, and then we'll move on to something else. Okay, guys? Yay! Everyone excited? Everyone happy? All right, good. I hope you're all happy and excited. I know I am. I'm so hyped up. It's crazy. All right, let me put that scene up. So we talked about repressive sublimation. We're going to finish watching this video now. Don't let FOMO control you. Yes, don't let FOMO control you. Fear of being left out, right? Okay. Okay, let's watch. Let's finish this. Let's go.
Business. Both claim to be empowering, even feminist, but they're only for a certain type of woman. And they're isolated from their communities.
Of course.
While they amass giant fortunes.
Of course.
It's very aesthetically driven. It's about what looks good. It is a job to create that aesthetic, and that's the work that they're doing rather than...
Fascism. It's all about aesthetics. It's all about aesthetics. And I know that that's a consumerism thing too, but the mixing of this in with the fascist regime we're in, like that's super fascist, like create the aesthetic of like the mother working at home, doing the good life. Look at her. What? Are there any women in here who, if they, let's say you were cleaning a floor, you would wear a dress like this? Okay. Exactly. Invalid axiom. Yeah, they're basically the same thing. Do you see this? Like, would you really dress like this to clean the goddamn floor? I know I would never wear my dress if I did that. Okay. I definitely wouldn't wear a suit when I'm cleaning the floor. So like, okay.
The work
the aesthetics
of homesteading itself. Man, they make a lot of sourdough bread. I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
It seems like they're always making bread.
I wasn't expecting to relate to Tradwives at all.
That's fair. That's fair, Alyssa. Okay.
But what I heard from Esther and Jesse was not so different from what I and most other young women want. The ability to choose whether or not you have kids and when to do it.
Yeah.
The ability to choose whether you want a career and to have time for family alongside work. Most importantly, they want policies that make those choices possible.
Amazing.
Do you think that healthcare should be free?
Yeah, I do. I don't think it's
See, like, come on, let's just do it. Why isn't it free? Most people, most people out there want it. Okay. God. Okay. I hate feminism. I only see feminism as hatred for men, and I'm incapable of respecting their freedoms. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah.
It was sort of traditional Catholic values.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did I misread that, Jonas? I hate feminism. I only see feminism as hatred for men, and I'm incapable of respect. Oh, I got you. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're joking, right, Jonas? I think you're joking. I'm pretty sure you're joking.
Of people in debt for long periods of time for emergencies. I think that's really evil.
Esther's traditional values aren't stuck in some bygone era. They're relevant to the pressing issues of today. She relied on SNAP and Medicaid during her pregnancy, but Trump's big, beautiful bill makes severe cuts to both of those programs.
Yep.
Medicaid insures 2 out of every 5
Okay,
American
Jonas, I
children
hate you.
and pays
You're
for
joking,
40% of all births, 50%
I had
in
trouble interpreting it for some reason. I don't know.
rural areas. And SNAP is the most effective anti-poverty program in the history of this country.
Therefore, we can't have it, right, folks? Apparently, because we can't have any nice things in this country.
3 out of every 5 people who get food stamps are in families with children.
Let them starve, guys. Let them starve.
Kids raised in SNAP-supported households perform better in school and they grow into healthier adults. The supposedly pro-family MAGA movement wants to take these programs away from American families. Meanwhile, Democrats have totally abandoned family values and trad to Republicans, even though elements of that life appeal to women across the ideological spectrum.
I don't feel like anyone in power shares my values.
I think part of the reason that the right has recaptured the Back to the Land movement, which was originally a liberal hippie movement, is that the way that they are promising people to have satisfying, beautiful lives is by looking backwards. And when the left fails to find a vision of that that looks...
Thank you! She knows it! She knows it! She's saying what we say, right? They're doing... Okay, she's like, the left needs to give a vision of a future that's... Okay. Oh my God. Sorry, I just like her.
Forwards, that is very easy to do.
Of course, Jonas.
In my reporting, I've found that most women don't make choices about marriage and family based on social media trends, or even political propaganda. A lot of them, like Jesse, are worried about the expense.
The Democratic Party, which doesn't build its foundation on no single mother will work without health care, is, unacceptable, is not selling an acceptable life, let alone a meaningful or deep or beautiful life.
What if Democratic politicians made supporting families a core progressive value?
Oh, guys, come on. I mean, that'll never happen. Geez, speak about fairies and rainbows, and trust me, I've known a fair number of fairies in my life, but I don't think that this is realistic, okay?
Ran on real pro-family policies, like Medicare for all, paid family leave, free universal childcare, and a higher federal minimum wage. Who gets to say what traditional is anyway? Trad can mean economic security for all families and valuing
as in the Democrats would never do this, but we can keep pushing for it though, of course, right?
Women's labor both in and out of the traditional workforce. Conservative propaganda and Tradwife influencers are selling us a fantasy. In reality, we need each other to get through the tough times.
We rely, first of all, on babysitting. We have family friends in town who help to watch our child sometimes. They help with other things. The Crosbys gave us a box of their old baby clothes.
Of course, Gwen, we need to spend $200 billion on this war with Iran, despite... Okay. All right.
There's lots of community functions. We have a monthly festival that we bring Misha to.
Esther and JB are on their parents' health insurance plans, and this house actually belongs to Esther's former professor. They're staying in a room here for free while they establish their own careers.
Immense generosity from them.
Yeah. Would you say tradition?
That is so goddamn lucky. Oh my God. So this is actually kind of a I don't want to say they're privileged, but they're privileged compared to a lot of other people. Can you imagine being in this scenario and not having access to that privilege, those things that they have? Okay.
Values are inherently conservative or liberal?
No. Many traditional values are inherently communal. People help me all the time. I can only get my wood stacked because people show up and help me stack wood. People will quietly pay their neighbor's heating bill if they have a little extra that month.
Strongly agree, Jonas. Strongly agree.
And they know that somebody else doesn't. There are tangible losses that come with heightened individualism. I think individualism is a very modern phenomenon. It is traditional that we comes before I.
Oh, I love that. Okay. Based. All right, interesting. I'm going to put my, let me put my face up here for a second. So, yeah, she's so woke. Okay, guys. So that's interesting. So, I mean, this is kind of predictable. It has a lot to do with economics, it looks like. People are having trouble surviving. And, anyway, so a lot of the Tradwives stuff is a solution being offered by the right that does not contradict, that is not anti-capitalism, but that offers a sort of solution to people who feel alienated, okay, and can't afford shit. All right. So, okay, very interesting. And then, of course, there's the capitalist aspect of all these influencers who are rich business owners. Okay, trying to make money off of it. Yeah, is it LaCroix? Traditional values are communal. Sounds pretty close to communism. Oh, LaCroix's a communist. Ooh, yeah, right, LaCroix. I know, very true. Okay, most of human existence, we were sort of communal, I guess you could say, in a lot more ways than we are now. Um, okay. No, no, yes, Gwen, but I'm talking about the like, you're right. Those aren't, not all those people were tradwives. Like I said before, a tradwife is different from the tradwives are the people online who sort of give that image of being a tradwife. Like the influencers, those are tradwife influencers, I should say. Okay. Um, but isn't it really the minority's fault? Right, Jonas. Okay. So yeah. So interesting. So that makes more sense now where that trad and wife phenomenon is coming from. There's a lot of rich business owners promoting that image, co-opting forms, co-opting feminism, co-opting shit for people that are suffering in order to make a profit. Okay. That's the free market, though, for you folks. Got to exploit the situation for your own profit, okay, and then lie to people to make money. All right. Okay, so that's good. Interesting, interesting. Love learning about new shit. Good stuff. Okay. I wanted to quickly,
Morning,
that's some Vault Tech shit, right? You always have the best video game references, Oxpecker. Oh, I got my eye on you, Oxpecker. You're clever. You got some good video game references out there. I see you. I see you, Oxpecker. Okay. So let's go on to this next one. So remember, guys, okay, I had the talk with my family and they just shut up and listened. What talk, Elaney? About Trump? How did it go, Elaney? So, do we remember this guy? Do you remember this guy? Well, you're talking about that. John Wayne Mullen. John Wayne Mullen. About communism? Ooh, Elaney, amazing. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Meowsord. Extra profit of the gaps, right? Okay, so remember this person? This person is no, different one, Sir Bartholomew. That's another idiot. This one is John Wayne Mullen. He's the guy who got into the fight with the head of that union. I'll show you here. 1 second. I'll show you. Let me put it in my face. We talked about him a while back ago. He's the guy that got into the yelling match with the head of the Teamsters. Mark Wayne. I'm sorry. Did I say John Wayne? God damn it. I'm an idiot. Okay, Mark Wayne Mullen. How dare you, Meowsord? It's Mark Wayne Mullen. I can't believe I said John Wayne. God, okay. John Wayne. Okay, anyway, screw all of you. I hate all of you. Okay, Mark Wayne Mullen. Whatever, it's all close enough. All their names sound the same. Jonas, the problem with communism is the focus of the benefit of the man. Jonas. All right. So this guy, Mark Wayne Mullen, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? There should be an image of him somewhere here. This guy, remember him? Remember him? The one who got into the fight with the head of the Teamsters. All right, who was now, after what's her face was removed from the Department of Homeland Security. This guy is now going through the process of being confirmed to be the next head of the Department of Homeland Security. Do we remember this guy? Okay, remember how we talked about how he's like super hyper mask, like always is trying to get in fights with people. And it's just like this very performative, hyper masculine guy who shouldn't be anywhere near power, but has been nominated now to be the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Anyway, yeah, the guy with the suit that's way too tight for a stereotypical straight guy. Jonas, I didn't say it, you did. Anyway, but he appears to be compensating for something. So yes, the high school troglodyte. So yesterday, guys, he's at a hearing right now, trying to get nominated to be the to be the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And okay, so this guy right here, it has been well known that he does not get along with another Republican. This guy right here named Rand Paul. Okay, Rand Paul and Mark Wayne Mullen have never gotten along. And one of the big reasons they haven't gotten along, I don't blame Rand Paul for. Rand Paul was assaulted. And okay, we can debate whether we really care about him getting assaulted, but whatever the case was, Rand Paul was assaulted by someone who hated Trump. Rand Paul was at Rand Paul was on the lawn of his house doing some yard work, and he had ear plugs in so he couldn't hear, and this guy came up from behind him and just beat him into a pulp. Broke multiple of his ribs. He ended up getting a horrible infection and almost died because of how bad the beating he received was. Okay. And Mark Wayne Mullen, yeah, and I'm not complaining about it necessarily, but I am saying this. Mark Wayne Mullen, a fellow Republican, came out and said with laughter, I don't blame the guy that beat him up. Okay. And Mark Wayne Mullen has before threatened to fight Rand Paul because Mark Wayne Mullen is a troglodyte. Okay. So Mark Wayne Mullen, not a big fan of Rand Paul, and they have often clashed. And Mark Wayne Mullen has never apologized for making fun of Rand Paul for being beaten into a pulp. Okay. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. I get it that we don't really care about Rand Paul. Yeah, guys, and I know how we feel about it, but imagine being a Republican in office, okay, who openly is like, ha, 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 this fellow Republican got beaten into a pulp, and I'm not going to blame the guy who beat him up. My point is that, oh, no, yeah, he almost died, Oxpecker. Rand Paul almost died. Maybe he'll talk about it a bit. But apparently, now I haven't seen it yet. Apparently, when you do things to other politicians, it'll often come back to bite you. So the head of the committee who is in charge of vetting Mark Wayne Mullen, guess who the head of that committee is? Rand Paul. So Rand Paul got to go to town with Mark Wayne Mullen during the hearing and got to sort of question him. Yeah, and be like, hey, so, do you want to retract anything you said about me? Okay. So I would love to watch this because Republicans fighting Republicans makes me happy. And he'll probably be approved anyway. And by the way, there is one, if you can guess, it looks like the vote is going to be on party lines. Rand Paul, though, is not going to vote yes. And he already said he's not going to vote yes. But there is one Democrat that will vote yes. Can we guess what senator is going to vote yes, probably to confirm Mark Wayne Mullen? You knew it in your group. Fetterman is, so anyway, I have some choice words for John Fetterman that I can't say on stream. Regardless, let's watch this. Let's watch this little conflict between these two, and really just to watch how our government is trying to put someone in power who is literally has an anger issue and who always promotes open violence like a high school teenager. Okay.
That the leaders in our country
Here we go.
Good morning, everyone. I entered the Senate.
How dare? No, he's not, Eleni. How dare you? I am not that arrogant of a person, Eleni, and even I know that I'm better than Fetterman. Okay, I am better than Fetterman. Rand Paul is better than Fetterman. Okay, I would even say that this Republican is better than Fetterman. I know, Eleni. Okay.
Here that Representative Gabby Giffords was shot. I knew then that the state of political rhetoric was encouraging violence.
Okay, maybe not Rand Paul, but you get my point. They're at least they're the same. At the very least, they're the same.
I think it's imperative now, more than ever, that the leaders in our country disavow violence and lead by example.
Yeah, in your groove.
Through the years, I've personally been exposed multiple times to political violence.
Okay, so this is hit. Let's see what he says.
I was in the right field batting cage.
Lacroix, funny fact here. Lacroix says the following. You have no idea how right you are, Lacroix. Lacroix says if Mullen was around 150 years ago, he probably would have died in a duel. You know, it's funny you say that, Lacroix. Mark Wayne Mullen promotes dueling. I am not joking. He has publicly said before that he thinks some disputes are better settled through duels. I am not joking. He has openly supported dueling before, which has been illegal for 150 years. So, okay, you're more right than you think there. Okay, you're more right than you think about that. He still yeah, I know, Lacroix. I'm not joking. So funny you bring that up, Lacroix, because it's actually true. Yeah, okay.
Crazed shooter unleashed nearly 200 shots at our congressional baseball practice. I'll never forget Steve Scalise valiantly trying to drag his body away as the gunman continued. Later that year, a Trump-hating felon attacked.
Obviously he's talking about violence. Well, everyone shed a tear for Rand Paul and the violence done to him and his colleagues. You know, oh, these poor Congress people experiencing violence. Oh, too bad they didn't pass that gun control legislation. Oh, too bad they're voting for a war where children are being blown up and blown into pieces. Oh, God, no. Oh, you know, see what I mean? Like, too bad they're funding Israel. I just want to point out that, you know, we can be kind of sad, maybe. I don't know. But you know, maybe don't care too much about the tear jerking part of this. Um, okay, like really, I don't really care. Maybe if they actually cared about human beings, they wouldn't be the targets of so much violence. But regardless, moving on.
Me from behind in my yard. I was just straightening up from picking up a tree limb.
Oh,
I was
no.
wearing noise cancellation headphones. Never saw him coming. Running pell-mell down the hill.
I'm sure I'm sure all those children in that Iranian school, I'm sure, you know, they probably didn't see that missile coming. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I'll stop. You guys get the idea. I just have trouble caring about this. I really do. Okay.
I was struck in the back. The force of the blow sent us through the air nearly 10 feet, down the hill until his shoulder impaled me as we hit the ground. 6 of my ribs were broken. 3 of the ribs were completely separated, such that for weeks, the ends of the ribs would grind upon each other.
We don't need the details.
My lung was damaged. For weeks, I could inhale but not have the rib strength to exhale. I developed 2 pneumonias.
Oh, no.
The pain was such that I could only sit up in bed by tying a rope to the foot of the bed and pulling myself up. But even then, the pain was that of a
Actually, Dolly Boy,
knots.
you might be right. Rand Paul might have been against the Iran stuff. I don't know. He oftentimes does vote against war stuff. He's oftentimes not as hawkish because he's a libertarian. I'd have to look into that. I might be kind of being overly mean about it, but he's definitely not a great guy. Okay.
Over the year of recovery, I began to cough up blood. I underwent
it,
removal
Sylvie.
of
Welcome,
part of
Sylvie.
my lung.
Ew.
Complications led to an infection in the space between my lung and chest wall.
God.
I spent a week in the hospital having the infection lavaged every 6 hours through a chest tube.
Right. Yeah,
Recently, Senator Mullen.
Here we go.
If you have time to listen. You were
Oh my God, that's a teacher move. We don't see Mark Wayne Mullen, but you can tell that Mark Wayne Mullen is just sitting there kind of not paying attention. That I would do that as a teacher. If you have a moment to listen here, John. Sandy, I mean, I got something to tell you all. If you have a moment to listen to me there, Sandy, and then you pause for a moment waiting for the kid to look up. Okay.
Surrounded by constituents that were angry because you voted against my amendment to stop all funding for refugee welfare programs.
Got you, John G.
Instead of explaining your vote to continue these welfare programs for refugees, you decided to transfer the blame. You told the media that I was a freaking snake and that you completely understood why I had been assaulted. I was...
You know, in defense of Mark Wayne Mullen, you know what? Okay, I'm not going to say that, but in defense of Mark Wayne Mullen, you know what? Never mind. We'll look at you. That's not the point of us watching this. We're not watching this to agree with Mark Wayne Mullen. We're watching it to watch the political sideshow, okay? And how bad of a choice Mark Wayne Mullen is. Okay, to be clear. All right, yeah.
Shocked that you would justify and celebrate this violent assault that caused me so much pain and my family so much pain. I just wonder if someone who applauds violence against their political opponents is the right person to lead an agency that has struggled to accept limits to the proper use of force. You might argue you were mad and upset about being confronted by your constituents. But Senator Mullen, your constituents are justifiably upset with you. By now, most of America knows that the Somali welfare fraud in Minnesota stole over $9 billion.
Oh, shut up. Can we just get to the fun part?
Instead of defending your vote, you took to continue the vote to continue these refugee welfare programs. You chose to lash out at me. You went on to brag that you'd already told me to my face that you completely understood and approved of the assault. Well, that's a lie.
Right,
You have
Chef.
a chance today. You can either continue to lie or you can correct the record. You have never had the courage to look me in the eye and tell me that the assault was justified. So today you'll have your chance. Today I'll give you that chance to clear the record. Tell it to my face.
$10 says Mark Wayne Mullen doesn't apologize.
If that's what you believe, tell it to me today. Tell the world why you believe I deserve to be assaulted from behind, have 6 ribs broken, and a damaged lung. Tell me to my face why you think I deserved it. And while you're at it, explain to the American public why they should trust a man with anger issues to set the proper example for ICE and Border Patrol agents.
Can I also just point out, do you notice it literally takes Rand Paul being assaulted for him to call out someone for being too violent for a position? Do you think he would have done this if he hadn't been assaulted? He'd probably be perfectly fine with Mark Wayne Mullen. But it took him being personally assaulted for him to suddenly care. You see what I mean? Like, this shows you how selfish these people are. I doubt he would be against Mark Wayne Mullen if he literally hadn't been assaulted. But okay, let's see what Mark Wayne Mullen says.
Explain to the American public how a man who has no regrets about brawling in a Senate committee can set a proper example for over 250,000 men and women who work at the Department of Homeland Security.
I think before I can start my opening statement, I have to address the remarks that the chairman made, calling me a liar. Sir, I think everybody in this room knows that I'm very blunt and direct to the point, and if I have something to say, I'll say it directly to your face. If you recall, back in my House days, we actually did have this conversation because of the remarks that I've made. You were in a room. I simply addressed that I said I could understand because of the behavior you were having, that I could understand why the neighbor did what he did. As far as my terms of the snake in the grass, sir, I work around this room to try to fix problems. I've worked with many people in this room. Seems like you fight Republicans more than you work with us. I did address those remarks. I did explain your gimmicks.
Well, that's a win for Rand Paul, in my opinion. Yeah, no, Jonas, that is exactly my point. Yeah, he's doubling down on it. Okay, first of all, Jonas says it's literally like the USA is run by psychos. Hey, you know what, Jonas? I actually think that's a line in the Constitution. And thou shalt have, well, that sounds like the Bible. Thou shalt have a psycho in charge. You can only vote for the psychos. Yes, that is a fundamental aspect created by the Founding Fathers. We must be run by psychos. Obviously, it's true. So he's like not even, okay. Hilarious. I can't believe he's actually still saying it. Totally, Sam. The USA was founded by psychos. Let's be honest. A bunch of slave-owning psycho aristocrats. Anyway, okay, yeah, hidden in the First Amendment it's called the psycho proviso. It's that part of that where it says you must be a psycho. Okay. This is clear evidence, okay?
By the amendment you put forth. And as far as me saying that I invoke violence, I don't. I don't think anybody should be hit by surprise. I don't like that. But if I do have something...
Guys, I'm sorry. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I know, okay, I just think this is interesting. Do you hear he said, I don't think anyone deserves to be hit by surprise? So there's that duel mentality, right? He's like, no. If you get hit, it better be to your face, right? You better, like a man, it better be like an official duel. You better get punched to the front. None of this, beta hit from behind shit. Yeah, only the surprise factor was wrong here. Okay, but anyway.
Say, everybody in this room knows I'll come straight to you. I'll say it publicly and I'll say it privately, but I'll never say it behind your back. So for you to say, I'm a liar, sir, that's not accurate. And yes. I got proof to say that because you have spent millions of dollars in my campaigns against me because we just don't get along.
Yeah.
However, sir, that doesn't
he still
keep
said he
me
understood it
at all from doing my job. I can have different opinions with everybody in this room, but as Secretary of Homeland, I'll be protecting everybody, including Kentucky, as much as I will my own backyard in Oklahoma. It's bigger than the partisan bickering that we have. It's bigger than the political.
Oh, does that mean he's going to shoot black people on a national level? Get it? I'm going to protect Kentucky like I protect my own. I'm going to protect America like I protect my own backyard. Yeah. He probably just wants to kill people who don't look like him, let's be honest, and then claim that they were on his property. I'm just saying, I'm just assuming, he's from Oklahoma. Let's just assume he's like talking about Klan violence of some sort when he says that. Yeah, there you go, only immigrants. So let's translate this guy with this accent saying that he wants to protect his backyard on a national level. We all know what that means, okay? Probably executing people that don't look like him. Anyway, just to be clear, let's read through it.
Differences we have. The truth is, I have a job to do, and I don't like to fail at anything, at all.
Oh my God, he has such a little penis. Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Okay, let me put it this way. When you've been in a relationship with some number of men, okay, you start to notice that a lot of men who act in this way and are who say things like this, who are constantly trying to show off, they're doing it because they're embarrassed about something else. Yeah, you know what? That's a better way of framing it, Sam. Sam says he fails at satisfying his wife. I'm just saying, okay, there's something deeply wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll get back into this.
So I can set it aside if you're willing to set it aside. Let me earn your respect. Let me earn the job. I won't fail you. I won't back down from a challenge. And I'll also admit when I'm wrong.
Etc., right?
I'm not perfect. I don't claim to be perfect.
This is the most
I make mistakes just like anybody else.
And if you say I'm not perfect, I'll duel you to the death.
But mistakes, if you own them, you can learn from them and you can move ahead. And I'll make that commitment to you.
It's the standard practice of this committee for the chairman to ask nominees the following question. Do you agree without reservation
Oh my
to
God,
comply
he's
with
probably
any
going to get
request or summons to appear
I like beer.
or testify
Exactly.
before any duly constituted committee of Congress if
Right,
you're
Gwen?
confirmed?
Do you all remember that hearing?
I do.
We'll now proceed to 7 minutes of questioning.
All right. What is he going to say now?
The
Oh my God, this
record
is like fun
should
drama.
show, and I think will show, a lack of contrition, no
Mm-hmm.
apology, and no regrets for your support. You
There you go, Shiv.
completely understand the violence that was perpetrated on me. You're unrepentant. The only thing you quibble about is whether I met you somehow when you were in the house. I don't think we ever met when you were in the house. And this idea that the only thing you're upset about is not that you...
Jonas, you're actually right. Jonas says, failure assume he tries. I assume he's so selfish, satisfaction for his partner isn't considered. Yeah, you're right. It's probably the size of his genitals then. Okay.
Or for violence. What you're upset about is that I called you a liar because you said it to my face. It's really more about this machismo that you have. When
You got to tell you, Rand Paul is right.
Oklahoma, the media asked you about the refugee welfare programs, the programs you voted to continue funding. It was this whole idea that you were going to transfer it because you were uncomfortable, your anger,
Yeah.
low impulse control, causes you to then go after and decide that you're going to go after me as well. And so you say you completely understood that I was assaulted from behind,
There you
had
go,
6
valid
ribs broken, and part of my lung removed, and that was just fine. That's
Okay, honestly, he's a baby. I'm kind of we might not watch this whole thing because I'm kind of tired of just hearing him complain about this, what's happened to him when when our government is killing people all over the planet, including in the United States, but also vaporizing children. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't care. I don't need to hear Rand Paul whining for the next hour or for the next few minutes about this. I get it. Okay. I get it. Yeah. Okay. We get it.
that you, I guess, approve of as far
Yeah,
as the
valid
resolution
axiom.
of political problems. When I talked to you on the privately on the phone, there was no apology. You just,
Okay. You know what? We're going to stop there, guys. I don't really need to hear the rest of this. You get the idea here. Mark Wayne Mullen is probably going to be our next Secretary of Homeland Security, is refusing to apologize for, this is... I just think it's funny, guys. Come on. Our government is full of people like Mark Wayne Mullen and Rand Paul who, Mark Wayne Mullen openly, promotes dueling and is okay with a fellow lawmaker getting brutalized, and okay, he's all right, and he's going to be in charge of the department. There you go, invalid axiom, right? But did Mark Wayne Mullen shoot a dog? If not, he's not qualified, right? He didn't go through the Noam test, right? All right. Yeah, there you go, Sam. He should change the name of the DHS to the Department of Homeland Expansion. Yeah, he's going to be in charge of the department that is in charge of ICE. So he's going to be in charge of the guys who do have the power to do violence, right? And he has an anger problem and seems perfectly fine with violence. So great. We're going to have a thug. We already had a thug leading it, but we're going to have another thug leading it, the Department of Homeland Security. This is the last person you want to have leading the Department of Homeland Security. Hey, maybe we could say, I'd be even better if you were in charge of the EPA or I don't know, the Department of Veteran Affairs, something where violence isn't necessarily going to be something you have power over. I mean, I still wouldn't want him in charge of those, but at least he wouldn't be in charge of the paramilitary Nazis that are going around imprisoning people and killing people. Okay, good. So there we go. That's the cluster F we're in. Mark Wayne Mullen, our new probably going to be our new. They may have voted already. Let me check here. Has Mark Mullen been approved? Mark Wayne Mullen. There's a great Lady Gaga song that's called John Wayne, which is a yeah, I know, right, Jonas? Which is a strain of marijuana. Anyway, it would be funny if he said, "Well, I haven't killed a puppy," right? All right, Mark Wayne Mullen. Has he been selected? I still haven't seen it. Okay, so I don't think he's been fully chosen. I'm sure he will be, though. And yeah, okay. It's pleasant surprise when they aren't angry and violent, that's for sure. Okay, so there we go, guys. That's fun. So there's Mark Wayne Mullen. Yay. Oh, we're surrounded by lunatics. And yet, guys, you're all in a stream with a guy who kind of screams at all of you and wears a jester hat and sometimes randomly puts on makeup. And, he seems to have a fixation on certain, like, inappropriate things and has a bunch of Nazi paraphernalia that you remember that, guys? Remember how I have a bunch of Nazi paraphernalia? And yet, I feel like we're the sane ones. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we're pretty goddamn sane. It's kind of a dark thing to think about, that we are the sane ones in this country. And then we have people like Dolly Boy here. I mean, dear God. You want to talk about weird that we're the sane ones, okay? Or people like, Shiv. You know how crazy Shiv is. Or In Your Groove. I mean, a bunch of loonies, really, if I've ever seen them. And yet we're the sane ones. Okay, guys, I don't know. I just named random people I saw in the chat, okay? Except for Dolly Boy. I actually went out of my way to yell at Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. Yes, you, Dolly Boy. All right. So anyway, you said I have any shred of sanity left. That's fair. Okay, that's fair. More gas facilities said, oh, good. So that's a great thing. That Shiv flips table. You want to go duel, Shiv? That's it. Let's duel like men. Okay. Can we duel by like throwing, I don't know, cupcakes at each other? Oh, let's have a pillow fight, Shiv. Let's have a pillow fight. All right. Jonas, come on. You know that's not true. All right. Okay. So let's go on. Sorry, I didn't mean to like flirt with you, Shiv. I don't think it's not really flirting, but it could sound that way. Anyway, so you said, Meowsor, that another gas facility was hit. Great. I'm going to take a look at that because we know that they're going to start trading strikes on gas things. Israeli refinery bombed. Oh, cool. So, wow. Iranian attacks have knocked out 17% of Qatar's liquefied natural gas export capacity, causing an estimated $20 billion in lost annual review while threatening supplies to, okay. I love this. President Donald Trump says Israel acted out of, quote, anger and will not attack Iran's South Pars gas field again. And in a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu, I told him, don't do that, and he won't do that. Oh, my God. He's a fucking idiot. Okay. Piece of shit idiot. Okay. He really believes that. Yeah, so, oh my God. So, yep, more strikes are occurring, guys, on energy sites. This is like apocalyptic. Oh, my, this is great. Oh, this is great. Okay, we're gonna see a collapse of the economy if this goes on for much longer, folks. This is great. Oh, a huge missile hit Aramco. I mean, mushroom cloud bit. Are you serious, guys? Let me take a look here. Like recently? Because it already got hit before. Oh, we saw that. Okay, we did what we already talked about that. Yeah, Aramco was hit. Yeah, we talked about that. Unless there was another one. So yeah, guys, they've now started. Oh, yeah, that was last night. Okay. So they've started destroying all these energy facilities, which is a massive escalation. Thank you, Israel. So, we're just getting close to the end of things. Anyway, it's fine. We're getting close to the end of the world. It's fine. So, okay, good. So more strikes on energy infrastructure. This will surely end well. Clearly, this war isn't getting out of control, which we all could have predicted would happen. Good. Yay. Weird NATO aren't helping in a war initiated by the US when they're in a defensive alliance, right? Shocking, Jonas, right? Shocking. I wonder why that is. Okay, yay, right? Okay. But guys, for the young people out there that are, I think, younger than 31 years of age, start packing up your things. Are you ready to go to war? Yay! Okay, actually, that might not happen, but still. This is going to be apocalyptically bad. I mean, not apocalyptic, but economically, if this continues, guys, everything's going to crash. I'm not joking. It's not. If this continues for a few more weeks, you're going to see massive economic collapse, okay? It's just the matter. It's just the reality. You can, like, if you destroy 20% of the 25% of the world's oil supply or make it impossible to ship it out, you're going to have some problems across the globe. All right, so that's fun. Let's take a look here. Something else to watch, why not? This is now, I could get copyrighted for this, but I don't think I will. So, we'll pause it initially. As, of course, the apocalypse is happening, we'll read more about some of these strikes here in a second. But let's have a palate cleanser while all the oil and gas burns, right? What's that line from that Vietnam War movie? Oh, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Okay, so now I am not a big fan of SNL. I got to tell you, I don't think most of it's funny. I think it's kind of a boomer coded humor. I don't mean to be mean when I say that. I just do. I think a lot of it's boomer coded. But I will say they did a very funny bit here. It's about 4 minutes long about a Maha hospital. Imagining that the Make America Healthy Again crowd had a hospital. Yeah, it can be funny sometimes. It's not always bad. But this is a funny segment where they you will get struck. Okay, Fox Level. Maybe I shouldn't play it. Okay, actually, maybe I shouldn't. I was considering not playing it. I will. You know what? Actually, I'll do this. I was actually considering just sending it to all of you. So yeah, but they occasionally have funny bits. So what I'm gonna do, guys, instead of playing it, because I am curious. I don't want to get copyrighted. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send it to you guys if you want to watch it. It's just funny. I thought it was a funny bit about would it be funny if Maha actually opened a hospital and tried to give care to people. It'd be hellishly bad. All right. So there you go. I just sent it for anyone who wants to watch it. For the sake of not getting copyrighted, I'm not going to do it. Okay. All right. The Zateos skit you sent. Let's take a look here. Let me take a look here. Is it in the recommendations channel? Or the reactions? I'm sorry. Let me take a look. There's a lot of good stuff in the reactions channel. Let me just see what we have. Boop-a-doop-boo. I have some other stuff that we can watch too. Where is it, Alyssa? Where is it? I don't see it, Alyssa. I don't see it. Okay. The Democratic Consult. You said it on. Oh, it's on TikTok. I got you. Oh, yes, Alyssa, I did want to watch that. Okay, you know what? Let me find that real fast. That'd be another good palate cleanser. Give me a second. I absolutely did want to watch that. I did see that, Alyssa. Let's take a look. I got to pull it up real fast. Let me pull it up. Finding Alyssa. Alyssa's in my DMs. Everyone save me. Just kidding. Okay, so this is a joke, obviously, about where is it, Alyssa?
No, if you.
No, that's not it. Where is it, Alyssa? Did you send it to my? It's in TikTok, or I thought it was in. Where is it, Alyssa? You sent it to TikTok, or you sent it to my reactions? Where did you send it, Alyssa? Alyssa, did you send it to? You know what? Maybe I'll find it somewhere else. Okay, because I don't see it in TikTok. It's on reactions. Thank you. Okay, dear God. All right. Sorry, folks. Let me find this. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you, Alyssa. You're the best. I love you. Okay, thank you. Let's watch this. Okay, so this was sent to us by Alyssa, and it'll be kind of fun. So it is a kind of comedic bit here. It's called okay, shh, Sam, how dare you? Okay, silence, Sam. You want a duel, Sam? I'm going to threaten another duel. Okay, this is called. So this is a joke. This is it's a what is it? A funny bit about a Democratic consultant, like one of these consultants that consults Democrats and tells them how to run for office. Okay, let's watch it. It'll be funny. It's from Zateo, so we all love Zateo here, I hope. And if you don't love Zateo, get out of my stream. Just kidding, just kidding. I do, Alyssa. I do see them, all right? So I think they're great. So let's watch.
A presidential primary is only 2 years away, so for Democratic consultants like myself, now is the time where we decide which candidate we want to work with based on who we truly believe in. And who will pay us the most money.
Gruesome Newsom, what's up, big dog? Mayor Pete, or should I say Slayer Pete? Kamala. Yeah, I have 5 minutes.
The number one draft pick is obviously Gavin Newsom because he looks like the guy who plays the president in a movie. Great thing about Newsom.
Oh my God, that's so true. Oh my God, he does look like the guy that plays a guy in a movie. Oh my God, it's so true.
He presents as a progressive, but that guy is a centrist. He's against a billionaire tax. He doesn't want to abolish ICE. He's willing to throw trans people under the bus, and boy, oh boy, does he love getting rid of homeless people. And then on the other side of the party, we have AOC, which I don't love. She's always talking about the working class, and I'm like, we're Democrats. We haven't talked about the working class since the 1970s. Pete Buttigieg is any consultant's dream, because he himself was a McKinsey consultant. He is so malleable that you can just show him a poll, and he will instantly adopt it as if it were his own beliefs. I remember in 2019.
But guys, it's Pete. It's Pete. Yay, rainbows. Yay, we love Pete Buttigieg. He's gay, guys. He'll save all of us. Don't worry. Okay, he'll save the gay community, too. The trans community will be deeply saved by Pete Buttigieg, even though he's anti-trans people. Okay.
When Pete came up with his healthcare plan of Medicare for all who want it. And I thought, that is a guy who knows how to thread the needle for what is best for regular Americans and healthcare company shareholders. Being a Democratic consultant is the best job in the world, because every time my candidate loses, they have to rehire me to find out why they lost.
That's true.
If I knew how to win, I wouldn't have a job anymore.
Guys, these consultants get paid tons of money whether they win or lose, okay?
Harris is the toughest consideration, because we now know that her support for Israel's genocide in Gaza may have cost her the 2024 election. So the voter in me is saying, I can't support a candidate who enabled a genocide, but the consultant in me is saying, I want to work with any candidate who's that dedicated to winning.
Oh, that's so dark.
Josh Shapiro has a real chance,
It's
too.
true.
He remains a staunch supporter of
By the way, I hate Josh Shapiro. Here's another Zionist who the media loves.
Israel, even though poll after poll shows support for Israel declining among Democrats. And last year he said, I don't waffle or waver because of what the polling said. So like most Democrats, he's already showing that he can ignore what voters want. Maybe Pritzker will be an interesting test case to find out how much Americans actually hate billionaires. But my thinking is the only thing that can stop a bad billionaire is a good billionaire. Just like guns. People say that Cory Booker is a lost cause because all he does is talk, and talk is cheap. But I'm like,
Cory Booker?
This is America. We love it when things are cheap. Keep an eye on Jon Ossoff this cycle. Ask yourself this: how is it that a young, tall, handsome United States senator has made basically zero impression on national politics in his 5 years in office?
Yeah.
Because he's calculating the exact right time and exact right place to say or do anything that he actually believes in. And that is real political talent. The 2020 presidential election cost around $6.6 billion, which is more than double 2016. So whoever wins in 2028, the actual winner is always the same: the consultants.
True. Yep. There you go, guys. Yep. The consultants. They keep using, by the way, the same consultants over and over and over again, and then they just rotate them into different positions. Yeah. Because the consultants they use are the ones that know how to do fundraising. They're not looking for consultants that actually care about what the American people really want. It's consultants that know how to navigate fundraising and appealing to people. LaQuad, it's like, it's barely even satire. That is exactly what Democratic consultants say, okay? That's like the kind of shit that they believe in. Consult me on how to make more money, please, right? By the way, guys, I am not joking. Let me look this up. I have to look it up. Most of the time, guys, consultants get paid a percentage of what they get paid is based off the amount of money they raise for the campaign. Let me explain. So let me look this up. Consultants paid on money they raise. I think I'm not quite sure how I get to remember. Let's see here. Political consultants. I have to check. I have to remember exactly what it is. Okay. Truth Out. Truth Out's a good one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of times these campaigns, guys, will actually disperse a segment of the funds they raise to their political consultants. So that gives each of these consultants they don't have to focus on actually winning. Their incentive is not to focus on winning the campaign. It is to raise money for the campaign so that then they will get some of that money, right? So they're not going to tell the Democrats what's best for them to win. They're going to tell them what's best for them to raise the most money. Okay? So not really a good incentive. So these Democratic consultants know exactly what to tell and have their candidates do for the sake of raising donor money, but they're going to get that money whether the candidate wins or not. So, all right. Let's see here. I'm trying to find. Yeah, look at yeah. So must be spent to raise money. I'm trying to find I want to find remember the exact percent that they get, or because well, whatever the case, they do typically get some just percentage portion of the amount raised. Okay. Anyway, so there you go. All right. Isn't that great? Does the same work for Sam? I am not sure. I think that might be illegal, actually. I think business consultants, it's illegal for them to accept percentages. I'm not fully sure, Sam. That's why I have to kind of look it up. I do know that political consultants often do take a percentage, though, which is, fun, right? Which is kind of a problem, I would say. All right. So, okay. Yeah. Isn't that great? In addition to paying political consultant, FCC shows some joint fundraisers. Yeah, anyway. So they spend all this money on these consultants and then they lose their elections anyway. But the consultants just get rehired somewhere else and can do it again. Okay, so that's good. Yay! Okay. So that's fun. And so this is true. All right. So thank you for that, Alyssa. That was lovely. I loved that. That was great. That's great. So we have welcome. We have a new person. It looks like FL Drew. That hat. Right, Jonas? Crazy, right? Crazy. Jonas says, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I think elections shouldn't be affected by funding. Oh, Jonas, what are you, a socialist or something? What are you? Get out of my stream. Yeah, okay, totally. They should be publicly funded. Every candidate should get the same amount of money. There's other things we could do that would make this far less. Yeah. That's fair, Doug. Okay, that'd make it far less. We need to. Okay, there's a lot of things that need to happen, and they shouldn't be funded by these corporations. Hello, FL Drew. FL Drew says that hat takes you away from reality. Oh, thank God, FL Drew. That's what I need. Why do you think I'm wearing it? I need to be taken away from reality, since we got a fascist POS in charge of the government. Thank God. Thank God for this hat. Let me tell you, you should get one, FL Drew. You should get one, okay? Or if you're not wearing one already. All right. Okay. So let's see here. Election. Yeah, I agree. I agree, guys. So anyway, so yeah, definitely isn't that great? The American system is basically based off. There you go. Invalid axiom is basically based off money and what the elites want and shit. Okay, so that's fun. I love that for us. All right. So let's see what else we got here to react to. Some people sent me some videos. We got some videos here to react to. Do. Ooh, this is from.
I've been doing this for 3 years.
Okay, so here we have. Thank you. This is from Louise. Are you here, Louise? This is from Louise. This is called "Education and Reading Are Important." I don't know what it's going to be about, but I'm excited to see it. It looks like it'll be fun. Okay, everyone ready? Let's see what this person says. I'm guessing she's a Zionist, or I don't know, something. Let's see.
I've been doing this for 3 years. I've been on the street here for 3 years. Pro-Gaza, pro-Palestine, pro-life.
Oh, she's pro those things. Okay.
Pro having a child and letting the child live and not be oppressed and killed by Israel and the Zionists.
Oh my God, I love this lady. Okay, you're right. I was wrong, Louise. I just didn't know, but she's anti-Zionist. Okay. You can hear it in her voice. She feels passionate about this. Look how she's leaning forward. That body language is screaming. She's a badass. Okay.
That's the other way around.
Yeah? The other way around? What other way around? What's the other way around?
It's just a region of the world. There never really.
Oh, really?
Have been.
Oh,
peace.
really? Christians, Muslims, and Jewish people in the 1800s were living together in the Ottoman Empire. They were living fine until the Zionists showed up and said...
Guys, clearly she's anti-Semitic, right? Just kidding, right? You know I'm joking, right? Okay.
Mine.
No.
Mine.
You're right in some
Mine.
way.
The thing is that you Germans don't know the history of Zionism. You only know Judaism. Judaism is not Zionism. Zionism is not Judaism.
Yes, I'm Christian,
Yeah, and I am too. And I write about Jewish people. I'm a Holocaust researcher. Meine Mutter war in KZs. Ich verstehe alle diese Sachen. Das hat nichts zu tun mit jüdischer Leute. It has to do with Zionism. Zionism.
She said this has nothing to do with Judaism, and she said it very clearly in German.
Is a militaristic ideology. It has nothing to do with God and religion. It has to do with expansionism and greater Israel and apartheid. And you cannot marry an Arab woman if you're Jewish. That is the system.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
If
I read,
the book of
I don't need to read. I don't need to read. I've read so many books. I'm a Holocaust researcher. I know.
Guys, I'm telling you, I've known a lot of people who research the Holocaust because I went to a Jewish grad school, etc., study fascism, and the vast majority of them are anti-Zionist. Okay, and a lot of them are Jewish, obviously, and the vast majority of them are anti-Zionist because it's really hard to study the Holocaust and then support Zionism. There are just too many overlaps. Too many overlaps. Okay. It's so goddamn obvious, right? So I think she said she's Jewish, didn't she? She said she's a Jewish Holocaust researcher. Yeah. Okay. So right. There's actually a famous book out there. It's called The Holocaust Industry, and it's about how Zionists have sort of taken the narrative of the Holocaust and turned it on its head to promote Zionism, even though it is utterly unhistorical how they approach it. You see what I mean? So, like, they talk about it as victimization, which it was victimization, but they try to link, you know what I'm saying here. They use it for their own means, but it's not good history. Exactly, Sam. Exactly. Okay, exactly. So, I love this woman. She knows exactly, she knows exactly what she's talking about. Gwen, I went to a museum in Lisbon that was full of painted tiles from the Ottoman Empire. Just beautiful. Yeah, Gwen. Okay. So, all right. This lady, is she in Germany? It looks like she's actually in Germany. What she's doing is dangerous. The German government, very harsh to people who are pro-Palestinian. Okay. For historical reasons, you can guess, they oftentimes conflate anti-Semitism with pro-Palestinian movements. Okay, so she's being harassed by someone.
Know the story. You need to read Ilan Papa's book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestinians. Have you read it?
Who is it?
Ilan Papa, Jewish. Have you read the book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine?
No, not really.
Then you should read it, please. Please. And read
Good book.
The best book to read, and I don't think it's
She has
translated
sources
into
ready?
German, is The Devil's Chessboard. It's the
Yes.
history of what America does. The history of the CIA and what America did.
That's nothing new.
I actually haven't heard of that one. That sounds good, though. I need to read that book.
It's not, it has to do with Israel, what's happening right now. It has to do with the Nazi era and what America did in the Nazi era and what you don't know. Trust me, you don't know. Most Germans don't know what I'm talking about. They believe Tagesschau. They believe Marcus Lanz. They believe
yes.
Spiegel. They believe Die Zeit and Die Welt.
She's listing mainstream German news sources. Spiegel, Die Zeit und Welt. These are all like yeah, she is spitting. She's talking about like establishment news sources, okay? Which, very similar to America, have a corporate bias and a government bias, and oftentimes are very pro-Israel, okay? Let's see here. Sam, casual, I have a question. Are Germans elites as government pro-Zionist because they don't want Jewish people to come back? No. So, Sam, no. Okay, that's a really good question. That is not the case, okay? It was not that at all, because if that were the case, they would have been trying to further ethnically cleanse Jewish people. The idea here is that the West basically occupied Germany after World War II, and so it became heavily mixed up with Western imperial. Israel's heavily mixed up with Western imperialism, especially American Western imperialism, okay? And so upon occupying Germany, a lot of pressure was put on Germany to be an early supporter of the Zionist government in Israel, on top of the fact that there is the historical idea here of the Holocaust. So Germans do have a lot there's a lot of historical guilt there, obviously, and it was kind of easy to exploit that. I don't want to say they should have historical guilt, a lot of them, but there was a lot of that was really exploited by Zionists in Germany to promote the idea that anti-Semitism is linked to anti-Zionism. And it's sort of an issue that Germany doesn't want to touch, because one of their big movements here, their big ideas here, is to try and get away from that, okay? Because so anything that even gives the hint that they might be anti-Semitic, they will go in the opposite direction. You see what I mean? It's complicated, but a lot of it does have to do with the Holocaust and German concepts of guilt and Western imperialism and control over Germany, okay? Yeah, yes, Lacroix, it does. It's complicated. Visit books, maybe I kind of scum. Oh, excuse me. That was not English. America escaped the historical guilt of Japanese internment camps, though. Yes, we did. Wizard's Bread books, we did. Admittedly, in Wizard's Bread's books, you know I'm not pro what America did there. We totally escaped the guilt of the Japanese internment camps. They were nowhere near as bad as the Nazis. Okay? I hope you all know, not excusing it at all. Okay? I am not excusing it at all. But American camps for the Japanese were horrific. But compared to the Nazi concentration camps, they were like a goddamn vacation. And they were horrible, and we need to accept guilt for that and responsibility for that. But I do see why, though. Like, Germany has gone, the guilt is really on them in a lot of ways. I mean, in their society. This is complicated. We could debate about it for a long time. All right. Okay. So, and I know, guys, when I say that, I'm saying, you know, it was what we did to the Japanese was horrific, and they were, in fact, concentration camps, okay? They were horrible, but these were not, I don't even want to say this. My point is that one of the reasons why Germany has addressed it so much more is because the horror of those was literally, was a very high level above of the Japanese internment camps, all right? Yeah, no, you're right, Wizards. And I probably shouldn't even phrase that. I don't mean to make it seem like one is better. I mean, they're all bad. There's also, I guess, Wizards, an idea here of winners and losers. The Germans lost the war, so I guess I could also say that. That might be another reason. Okay, that might be another reason why it's so bad. Um, yeah, the Japanese Americans did get reparations. It wasn't enough, by the way. The government actually officially apologized for it, but that's nothing. Okay, they did get reparations later, a lot later. It's still not good, and we don't talk about it enough. By the way, the group that we still don't talk about enough that really even had it worse than the Japanese, the Native Americans. They're still living on reservations, which are or one could say are concentration camps to some extent. So there's another group that we need to talk about a lot more. A lot more. Okay, a lot more. Yeah, they did. They did. They did. A lot of Japanese Americans did get reparations. It's not enough. It was not enough though. Okay. No, exactly, Ryan Carton. I hate even talking about this. I sound like I'm defending American concentration camps. I'm not. I'm just saying that, like a lot of the German camps were death camps. They were specifically there to kill people in industrialized mass fashion, while the Japanese internment camps were internment camps, where they were concentration camps, but they weren't massively executed on these camps if that makes sense. I don't know. I don't want, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be nitpicking these things. It doesn't really matter. They're all horrible. Okay. Invalid axiom. How dare you? Okay. They're all horrible. I want to point out. Okay. They're all goddamn horrible. I don't mean to defending. I sound like I'm being pro-America here. Nope, they are, Sasha. Those are concentration camps. I want to be clear, guys. The word concentration camp means you take people and you forcibly concentrate them in a camp. So yeah, the Japanese camps were at concentration camps. A lot of the reservations are somewhat could be viewed as concentration camps. Okay, Gaza is a giant open air concentration camp. There are different kinds of concentration camps. All right, there are death camps, which Auschwitz, of what the Germans did, correct invalid axiom, was a concentration camp that was a death camp. It was you got it. Okay, that was where you literally mass exterminated people at this camp, where you concentrated people. Okay, Dachau later became a death camp. Started off as an internment camp and partial death camp for opponents. You see what I mean? They're all bad. They're all bad, and they are all forms of ethnic cleansing and control. Yeah, and we have concentration camps right now that are called the ICE detention centers. And guys, as I've said before, it honestly doesn't matter that much if it's an internment camp or a death camp. The line between an internment camp and a death camp is so thin that it does not take much to go from one to the other. It doesn't. We've already seen reports coming out from the internment camp, these ICE internment concentration camps, of people dying in exceptionally high numbers. Are they officially mass murdering people? Probably not. But it won't take much more for them to become death camps. I want to be honest with you. So, yeah. Does that make sense? You were on a reservation in Minnesota 3 decades ago? Yeah, totally. I'm sorry, Sasha. All right. Yeah, Sam, like that's the point. It doesn't take much to turn an internment camp into a death camp through simply, by negligence. You stop feeding people. That's the issue. A camp takes away people's ability to fend for themselves and provide food for themselves and shit like that. So you have the control over life and death. If you just remove the food, everyone will start dying. That's what's happening in Gaza. Okay, in your groove. Yeah, medical care. In your groove, they have been doing the dehumanizing already. Yeah, in your groove, they have been dehumanizing people, which is what you do in concentration camps that become death camps. You start, instead of referring to people as humans, you put numbers on them. So, for example, in the Nazi concentration camps, they put numbers, by the way, with the help of the Xerox Corporation. They put numbers on all their arms. They remove their hair. They make them all wear uniforms. It dehumanizes them. Oftentimes, when the Nazis would, in their documents, which I read when I went to Germany, they would use the word cargo to describe Jewish folks instead of calling them humans. The Japanese, when they were doing human experiments on Chinese people, referred to them as logs, L-O-G-S. They're using dehumanizing language already against migrants. They've already trying to dehumanize them. They call them bodies. They don't even call them people. They call them bodies. We are like, it is not a, you see what I mean? You're not going to need much more for those to become death camps. Okay? At all. So, all right. That's why, even if, this is why I should kind of not censor myself, even though I'm saying that the Japanese camps never got to the level of a death camp, all concentration camps are bad, obviously, and it doesn't really matter because you have a concentration camp, it can easily take a step into a death camp. We got that? All right. So we have a tendency, by the way, I'm going to put my face up, guys. We have a tendency, by the way, to think of how things could be worse all the time. Okay? To think about how things could be worse. It's a kind of a way of coping where we'll say things like, well, you know, an ICE camp isn't a death camp yet. I mean, it's more of a holding center. They're not killing people. Like, we shouldn't make the comparison, right? Do you know what this is like? And we do this in a lot of things, right? We don't want to call something like that until it's already happening. Do you see what I mean? Like, we might not the vast majority of Americans might not call an ICE concentration camp a concentration camp until it's a death camp, in which case it's too late to do anything about it. So what's the point? Why do we need to wait until people are mass being murdered before we call it what it is? Or until we raise the alarm and call it a concentration camp? You see what I mean? It's almost a way of preventing action where it's a way of feigning ignorance until it's unignorable, okay? Until you get to the point where, well, now it's too late. Yeah, Gwen, I didn't say it, but yeah, a lot of our prisons could be viewed that way. Wizard. And guys, to be clear, how do I say this? Invalid axiom, first of all, says selectively managing groups by containing the space they occupy is a tad thin. Is a bad. I'm sorry. What do you mean there? Invalid axiom. So it's very possible, guys, that they're already death camps. I'm not saying this lightly. I don't mean to. There's no evidence of this, but a lot of Germans weren't really clear about there being mass gassings going on until after it had started. Now, did most Germans not know by the end? No, most Germans by the end of Nazi Germany knew what was happening, but at the beginning, a lot of them didn't necessarily. So it is very possible that right now it is happening. Okay, and we don't know it yet, or it will only come out in a week or two from now. Yeah, invalid axiom, somewhat, okay? You see what I mean? So this is what scares me, is that line that is easy to cross, how would we know if it was crossed? You know? Like, so we might not know right away that it's been crossed. So let's see here. Yes, exactly. Selectively contain. Yeah, exactly. Invalid axiom. Selectively managing groups by containing the space they live in. Yeah, Fox Emblem, right? There you go. We would just know it in our bones, right, Fetty? Okay. Yeah, guys. There are many ways. I don't know. I wasn't planning to talk about death camps and concentration camps today. But Wizard's Bread book says something here. Considering measles has been spreading in the camps, we also tend to think of a death camp as a place where you purposely kill people and gas them. All right. I should note that historically, other times of camps are places where you starve people to death, which is actually the first kind of concentration camp that existed in Cuba called the Reconcentrado, where the Spanish Empire shoved native Cubans into giant camps and then starved them to death. Early Nazi concentration camps did starvation. All right. We have the first form of German concentration camp happened well before the Nazis were in power, and it happened in Africa, where they took the Herero people and forcibly pushed them into a desert and then surrounded the desert so they couldn't escape. And anyone that tried to escape, they killed them and they let them die of dehydration and starvation. Concentration camps often can cause people to die from disease. And then you can easily blame, then you can say, well, it wasn't our fault that diseases broke out. So you see what I mean? We have to be clear that what's happening in Gaza, by the way, is it's a massive concentration camp where they're executing people. It's a death camp, okay? I don't know. I'm going to be called anti-Semitic. I know I will. Someone's going to yell at me in my emails. Anyway, it's basically a death camp, okay? I mean, what else do you call it? Throwing bombs in there, constantly bombing the same area over and over and over again. Well, what you do is you call it self-defense, right? You call it self-defense. You say that you're protecting your country from terrorists or whatever. You don't have, since there aren't giant gas chambers where you're burning people, you're gassing people, you know, you have some plausible deniability. By the way, it also means that you have an established interest in saying that the Holocaust is different. That what makes a Holocaust is where you purposely gas people, versus saying what makes a Holocaust is where you kill people en masse of a certain group, not necessarily through gassing. And this is why a lot of Holocaust experts do understand that this is a genocide on the same level of is like a Holocaust kind of genocide. But a lot of times it is misrepresented. You see what I mean? Anyway, I honestly might lose my monetization for saying that, but that's why I don't say that. I hope you know I imply that all the time. It's a giant concentration camp where they mass execute people. And one slight difference about it too is that the eyes of the world are on it. So Israel has to be careful about has to be sort of careful about the rate at which it kills people. It can't, if it does it too much at once, it might lose global support, even though it doesn't seem like it. So it comes up with ways to do it in a slower way where it waits till there's enough outrage and then it pauses and then it continues the mass killing and the ethnic cleansing. The Nazis kind of had the advantage of being able to do it in hiding because they controlled the territory and they didn't let in foreign press and stuff like that. Okay. So they have to be slightly careful about it, I guess, though at this point they're barely even hiding it. Fox Emblem says they aren't careful, though. They just don't report the numbers. No, they're definitely careful about it, Fox Emblem. Why do you think they don't allow foreign journalists in there, Fox Emblem? If they really wanted people to see, they'd let foreign journalists in. Okay. They just lie about it. Yeah, there have been pictures released about it, but then they lie about it. And they say it's about self-defense. If they really wanted people to know what they're doing, they would just say what they're doing. They would just say, we want to ethnically cleanse it. Okay. So, all right. I know, guys, I know that sounds gross. But how do I frame? I'll find let's talk about this a different time. I'll present some slides about this. A lot of times death camp, okay, so there are, how do I say this, processing speed. That's a dark way of phrasing it. That is very much what the Nazis would say. The Nazis would say things like, this is about the speed at which we can process the Jews, in reference to how many can we kill at one time, how many can we execute. As a matter of fact, I know, yeah, invalid axiom. As a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons they started using the gas chain. This is all really gross. I'm going to cry because I'm sorry. I have some trauma reading these documents. I can tell you one of the documents I read was Heinrich Himmler went to there was a mass execution of Jews going on. You have to understand the Holocaust happened in stages. The first stage was the Holocaust by bullets, where there were groups of armed Nazis called Einsatzgruppen who would go out into Eastern Europe and line up Jewish folks, have them dig their own graves, and then shoot them and push them into the grave. So they would kill people. It was called the Holocaust by bullets. Heinrich Himmler went to one of these things, and he witnessed the mass execution of these Jews. As a matter of fact, some content warning. Okay, God, I should really put a warning on this stream. Some brain matter from one of these innocent people splattered on him. And witnesses at the scene said he got this really grossed out look on his face, and he kind of turned green and looked like he might barf. And so he later said they thought that he was going to say they later said, you know, this is horrible what we're doing. It's horrible because it's deeply inefficient. What a waste of bullets. This isn't, we're trying to fight a war here. We can't waste bullets on these Untermenschen. What are we doing? This is also really bad for the German soldiers. This is bad for their mental health. It's not good that they have to stand here executing these people. We can't do it this way. We need a much more efficient processing speed that doesn't traumatize our soldiers as much and doesn't waste as many bullets. Now, reading that was very disgusting. I want to point out something else too. Heinrich Himmler did get sick when he saw these things. He knew what he was doing was disgusting and was repulsive and unhuman. He didn't care. Anyway, moving on here. Because of that, the Nazis then started using mobile vans where they would put people into the back of vans and gas them that way. That also had a negative effect, according to the Nazis. Okay, this is a quote from a Nazi document. The cargo would come out of the vans and look this weird pink color, and there'd be the cargo would scream a lot, which was very traumatizing for the Nazis having to operate these vans, and also was deeply inefficient because there was only so many vans you could have out in the field at another time. So then they went from the vans to brick and mortar camps where there were massive execution chambers set up for mass execution. Okay. So where was I going with this? The Israelis have for a long time been upset that they're not doing a effective enough processing speed. And you should note that there used to actually be troops on the ground that it was traumatizing. Israeli troops would get traumatized by having to. Now, I know this is shocking because a lot of these folks don't seem to really care, okay? It was traumatizing to have to mass shoot Palestinians running at your fences and stuff. So a lot of times, so then they started just lobbing bombs in from a distance, okay? Which is what they do a lot of now, okay? I will do a presentation on this. I don't know if I want to talk about it too much. I want to make sure I get my facts correct here. But anyway, okay. I'll stop there. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I'm uncomfortable. All right. But this is the kind, you have to understand how a lot of Israelis view Palestinians. Yeah, Lacroix. We don't like talking about it, but yeah, there's an epidemic of IDF soldiers unaliving themselves because of the trauma. Am I saying I feel bad for them? No. But to a fascist genocidal regime, that's an inefficiency. It is not that they care about the trauma, okay? They care about how that's bad for the soldiers. So they might do something different, like lobbing bombs in. And guys, to be clear, we do know what the phrase was that the Israelis said when there's documents. I'll show you. So you know I'm not lying here. There was a saying in the IDF and amongst the Israelis. Okay. Mow the lawn. Where they would say literally that if yep, here we go. I know this is Wikipedia. Forgive me. I'm getting this from Wikipedia, so I don't have to go. It's true. Don't trust me, but it's true. Okay. Mowing the grass is a metaphor used to describe periodic Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip to manage the Palestinians. Okay. The strategy usually the term was coined by Ephraim Ibnar and Etan Shamir. And they did okay. let's see here. I'm trying to find here. All right. Naftali Bennett referred to the idea in a 2018 speech when he said, "He who does not mow the grass mows him." So literally, they would use this language. The Israelis would use the language, "It's time to mow the grass," to describe a period when they felt it was a good time to murder a few hundred of the Palestinians. You know, enough time has gone by. The world won't push back. Won't push back as as much now because enough time has gone by. We have to now now have another opportunity to mow the grass a bit, to murder more people in what is a slow process of ethnic cleansing. There are now reports coming out of Gaza where the Mossad and the Israeli government are actually transporting people on planes out of the Gaza Strip and taking them to third countries like Indonesia and Pakistan. I think Pakistan, I read about that, as a sort of other way to ethnically cleanse. Yep. And guys, to be clear, how do I frame this? There was a phrase, I've talked about there was a phrase used in the Rwandan genocide in 1994 when the Hutu extremists decided to literally start going house to house, slaughtering ethnic Tutsis, okay? The phrase that they used, so they called out a phrase on the radio to signal to the Hutu extremists that it was time to start slaughtering your neighbors. The phrase was, "It's time to cut the tall trees." And that was repeated on the radio for a couple hours as a sign that it's time to start the genocide. Very similar language to the mowing the grass that the Israelis are using. And anyway, guys, a lot of genocides are very similar. And if you see the similarities between them, it's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious. I don't know what else to say. This is why most academics would agree that it's a genocide, even inside of Israel. Remember, there was that organization of scholars, Jewish Israelis, who said, yeah, it's a genocide. Like, it's so goddamn obvious. It infuriates me that there are people who still say it's not. Like, come on. All right. Anyway. That's it. I'm going to stop there for now about that, okay? All right. I know, I'm sorry. I just realized I rambled for like a whole bunch of time there, but I don't know what else to say. Can we stop murdering people, please? Can we do that? Can we stop that? Can we stop blowing up children and their parents? Can we stop blowing up schools? Can we stop murdering people? I've talked before about what weapons do to people, haven't I, folks? I don't really want to, I would rather not my tax dollars be spent on crushing a baby's skull between two slabs of concrete. Yeah, okay. Jonas says, only a genocide if they're all dead. You know very well, Jonas, that is what people say. The Israelis say that. Israelis say, like, well, it's not a mass genocide. It's not a genocide unless you're This is another example of where I say we have this tendency to not call a thing until that thing is done or has already started, in which case it's too late. Anyway. So I'm sorry. I'm like touching my arms because I'm uncomfortable. It's very disturbing to me. I'm gonna cry if I keep talking about it. But can we just stop doing it? All right. I don't know what else to say. So why redefine genocide? It's the real retort. Yeah, and I don't know. I get the impression, guys, that a lot of people don't care. A lot of us have a dark association with the word genocide, but apparently some people don't care that much. A lot of people in the world, guys, have no moral center. None. They had no act is too horrible if it's done in the sake of my group or my beliefs. I don't get it. I feel like one of the benefits of being human is that we can construct these moralities that are good, that we can do things that we can think outside of these primal instincts to some extent. I mean, maybe not fully, but all right. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, invalid axiom. My moral center is whatever, man. Who cares? You know, nothing is too horrible. The slaughter of children, you know, I'm willing, I'm okay with the slaughter of children, right? It's not that big of a deal. It's not me, right? It's not my kids. Just let them all, you know. Anyway, I yeah. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I'm kind of having some. I gotta tell you, folks. Like a lot of times when I talk about these things, I start getting flashbacks to documents I've read about the Holocaust, or like I remember this one document I read where there was a child and her aunt, a Jewish child and a Jewish aunt, and this was during the Holocaust of bullets. Um, and this child and her aunt were lined up in front of the graves they have just been asked to dig. And this child was talking about how their aunt was a really big woman. She was large. She was fat. Okay, I don't know what else. No, I'm not going to try and, you know, that's what she said. And the aunt purposely, when the guns went off, she had kept her daughter close to her and then pushed the daughter behind her. And as she was being shot, she fell on top of her daughter, or not her daughter, her niece, to protect her. And so the daughter actually was not killed by the bullets. And her aunt's lifeless corpse fell on top of her and protected her. And about a couple hours later, when this little girl finally got the courage to crawl out of the corpses that were all over her, especially her aunt, who was dead on top of her. She finally got the courage to crawl out from underneath that. Basically, her aunt had saved her life by putting her body in front of her niece. Something about that story, like, just really, it bothers me. I don't know what to say. Okay. Anyway, you get stories like that all the time, by the way, in Gaza. Okay. So, all right. Moving on. Let's go on. Let's see what else we got here. I'll shut up now. All right, let's moving on here. So a lot of things to talk about. Yeah. All right, you guys. What time is it? You know what? It is. Ooh, okay. You know what? Let's do this. I don't want to end on a totally depressing note, right? I'm a jester, right? Ha ha ha! Hey, let's be happy. Oh God. Oh, all right. Anyway, moving on. All right, everything's terrible. Okay, so real fast here. Let me see what else we have to watch. Let's just try to find one funny thing to watch. Why not? Or one silly little thing to watch. Oh, you know what? Let's watch this real fast. This will be kind of funny. All right. Boop. Okay,
Hey,
so
what's
this is from Fetty Spaghetti. This is about yesterday, guys. Yesterday. Luke. Hello, Luke. Hello, Luke. Luke. Did I say Luke? I'm sorry. Hello, Luke. It's been a while since I've seen you. So glad you're here. All right. You know what? I'll give you all boops. Really, Sasha? Thank you. Sasha says, CR, I want you to know that I look forward to your shows all day. Really, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, LaQual. I got off track. I forgot to talk about the Cesar Chavez stuff. I even had an article ready for it. We'll talk about it tomorrow, some other day, tomorrow. Okay. All right, guys. So real fast here. Yesterday, this is just a kind of a local news point. How are you doing out there, Luke? I feel like, all right. This is a local news sort of deal. Where's the face here? By the way, guys, for any Muslims out there, Eid Mubarak, right? Isn't today Eid? Isn't today Eid? I think I saw Jonas say Eid Mubarak in here. So, Eid Mubarak for all the Muslims out there who've made it through Ramadan, etc. I hope you finally get to eat and stuff. Well, I guess that's I don't know. I might be getting my holidays mixed up. Forgive me. I'm tired. Okay, and I'm Islamophobic. So, sorry, I'm being an asshole. All right. So let's look at this, guys. This is just a video. So in Ohio, where I live, guys. In Ohio, where I live, is yeah, belated Ides of March. There you go. Yesterday, a meteorite or an asteroid basically went through the skies of Ohio and exploded and blew out a bunch of people's windows. You know, this is what it's like to live in Ohio. You're either getting a How do you pronounce it, Jonas? I'm sorry. God damn it. Is there a way? You know what? I was gonna. You know what? I'm not gonna try. You know what? Happy holiday. I'll pull an American thing. Happy holidays, Jonas. Okay. All right. All right. Moving on here. Peace be upon you, Jonas. Let's do this. Okay. So this is a funny video, I guess, about this asteroid because God hates. There you go, Mary-eyed. I'm not pronouncing it wrong.
What's new with you? So an asteroid came to Earth today, and it kind of hit us. Are you serious? Yeah, NASA confirmed that small asteroid that's 2 meters wide and weighed around 7 tons entered Earth's atmosphere. Wait, but did it stay as big? If you don't know, when that happens, the asteroid kind of breaks apart in space, and it breaks into small rocks, and it causes a meteor shower like what happened today. So it's common? But what happened today was not as common, because when that happens, it creates a sonic boom with a big explosion sound, and several states heard that sound. Plus, people felt their houses shaking. But what about the people? Is everyone fine? Yeah, everyone is good. There are no injuries. The only damage was like the house is shaking. Okay, that's good because we did not need an asteroid in 2026. Yeah, with everything happening, we really didn't. But also, where did it fall? Oh, Ohio. Of course. Hey, US.
Yeah, of course it did, because we always get the shit, guys. We always get the shit. Venom is coming to save us. You hope so, Wizard Bread's book. I bet you do, okay? God. Disgusting. Sent this from
Order
Oxpecker.
number 69 for...
Well, okay, let's watch this. So this is let's just watch this. Thank you, Oxpecker. We'll watch what Oxpecker sent us. I just like saying your name, Oxpecker. I don't know why. There's something about it. Something about it really works for me. Oxpecker. There's something about it that I just really fancies my interest. I can't figure it out. Huh. Anyway, moving on. Let's watch this little, shall we?
20, thank you.
Why does he get his food before me? He hasn't even ordered yet.
Sorry, sir, it's because he did it's just because I get better treatment than you.
Yeah, you're right. Wizard Bread Brooks, that word kind of sounds good sounds good in my mouth. Like, anyway, I don't know, something about it. Invalid axiom. By the way, CR, there is, okay, oh my God, Jonas. Okay, there is a massive coronal mass injection with 4 plasma flares from the sun that will hit the Earth in the next day or so. So that could be fun. Great. Okay, let's watch.
What? No, it's just because he did a mobile order.
What's a mobile order?
Mobile, like the fact that I'm more mobile than you because I'm younger. That's why I get better treatment.
Wow.
We don't base our customer service on mobility levels.
This isn't fair.
He just ordered through the app.
I don't know what an app is. I'm old.
App. Apparently, I get better treatment than you because you're old and decrepit and worthless.
Why is this
Hey, that's mean. This poor guy.
happening to me?
I don't make the rules, man. It's him. No, none of what he's saying is real.
COVID isn't real.
Why are you doing this?
Sorry. Oh, well, okay, never mind.
I hate minimum wage employees and old people.
Please, I know, Oxpecker, you probably get jokes about your name all the time. Forgive me. I respect you, Oxpecker. I respect you. I respect your name. I respect everything about you. I mean, as far as I know you.
People, so this is like a perfect situation for me. Here, man, you want the burger?
Yes, I'm so hungry.
Yeah, chew on it, you old pig. No, stop! You're gonna clog his arteries.
Oh, my arteries are getting clogged.
We're here in the microverse. Are you sure you don't want a protective suit, Mr. Benson?
Back in my day, we didn't have all these silly...
Real fast here, Oxpecker. You say your name is like a bird caught an oxpecker. Oh, see, now I feel like an asshole, Oxpecker. I feel like an asshole. That gets nutrients from what it picks out while cleaning the wounds of herbivores and alerts when predators are stalking them. That's based. Okay. I'm a mutualist. Based. Okay. Mutual dependency is a necessity to social well-being. Correct. Bird was a good example. Also, I'm dysphoric anarcho-rap. I'm a dysphoric anarcho-rapper. Oh my God, based. Okay, so it's ox instead of ox. Oh! I got it, like the penis of your headphones. I got you, Oxpecker. Thank you. You are also a Twitch streamer, aren't you, Oxpecker? I think you are. Great. Thank you, Oxpecker. Everyone, check out Oxpecker's... I don't know. Are you a Twitch streamer? I think you are. Whatever. Go out and check out Oxpecker's shit. Okay? I mean, not shit like bad, as in like his their cool stuff. His, her. I don't know if you're a man or a woman or they, them. I'm sorry. Whatever. Okay? You're the best, Oxpecker. All right. Oh, here comes Doug recommending Ren. All right. Got you. You have TikTok, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Excellent. Right. That's really cool. Dysphoric anarcho rapper. All right, guys. So we'll continue here.
Safety features like seatbelts or modern medicine.
Yeah, but the suit, it's gonna help you.
Why can't I breathe?
That's what I'm saying. The oxygen molecules are too big to breathe here. That's why you need the suit.
That's what's wrong with your generation. You all rely on your cell phones and your microverse life support suits to do everything for you. I hate science. All these damn molecules floating around. It's bullshit. Didn't have fucking molecules when I was growing up.
You want to try the suit now?
No.
Body swap. How did it go? Tell the class body swap. You don't have to body swap. If you don't want to be embarrassed, you can also just wait to tell me in the Discord. But you're gonna tell me to body swap. I want to hear. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell anyone body swap. You know what? Never mind. I take back everything I said. I just hope it went well for you, body swap.
Oh, I'll just cut it into pieces. Nothing bad's ever happened from splitting it out.
Hey, check it out. I'm watching Subway Surfers gameplay right now. This roller coaster is boring as hell. I don't think you're supposed to have your phone out on the ride. Did you see this video of the guy who fell out of a roller coaster? I don't want to see that right now. Think that'll happen to us? You really should put it away. Oh, I dropped my phone. You see? Stop the ride! Hey, shh! No, hey, stop the ride! Stop shouting!
Guys, I can't handle roller coasters that go way too high up. Like, I like roller coasters, but not the crazy ones, though. Like, there are roller coasters, and then there are crazy roller coasters that only sociopaths can like. Okay? So I'm gonna be, oh, excellent. Oh, God, okay. Oh, I got you. Excellent, Oxpecker. Okay, congratulations being early into HRT. We have a lot of folks in here that are early into HRT, okay? Fantastic, Oxpecker. Work in progress. So you're any all fantastic. All right. It went well. Yay, body swap. Yeah, like, there are certain roller coasters that I'm like, no, thank you. If they go way too high up, no, thank you. All right, but like, I like them, but they can't be too big. They can't have too big of a first hill.
Fire! Fire! There's no fire. I'm pregnant. Stop. They make these restraints really hard to get off. You're not supposed to take them off. What if I rode the whole ride like this? Would that be funny? No. You should do it too. It'll be twice as funny. I'm not doing that.
What's going on up there?
I don't know, man. This guy's freaking out.
Stop freaking out.
What are you doing now? I'm stress testing the ride. Can you not? I'm just making sure it's safe. Wait, when did your restraints change? Dude, it's hot, isn't it? Is that an umbrella? Sun's just like beating on my bald head. I'm just gonna... There we go. You're supposed to leave your backpack off the ride. I also brought my dog on the ride. You think that's okay?
Oh my God.
No, but like,
does anyone ever have a friend who does this?
So it's probably fine, right? What are you talking about? I also brought this toddler. What? They wouldn't let him ride because he was too short or something, so I just snuck him in my backpack. Why did you do that? Because I'm a good person? Oh my God. Check it out. I brought my screwdriver with me. Your screwdriver? I've just been twisting screws off of rides all day. Don't do that. Okay, dude, some of us are here to have fun. Order number 6.
So, all right. Yeah, the Superman Tower power at Six Flags amputated a woman's leg. Yeah, exactly, Ox. I know, but see, that's all I need to hear, and I'm good. I don't need to go on that ride, even if it like almost never happens. Can I just be clear? Has anyone here ever? Yeah, that was way too funny. Has anyone here ever had that happen where you're on a ride with someone and they don't care about the rules? Listen, guys, how do I phrase this? I know I'm like not good with authority figures, but in certain scenarios, I am a stickler for rules because it makes me comfortable. So like, if I'm on a roller coaster, you know what I mean. I'm going to follow the rules, okay? I am going to be like the fascist on the roller coaster. That's like, you know, we need to expel all the people from this roller coaster who aren't following the rules. Okay, someone called the secret roller coaster police. I'm going to report on my neighbor. You know, if the person sitting next to me, like, you know, I don't know, is doing something, like, I'm going to start yelling for the police or some shit and claim that they tried to assault me or something to get them off. Like, there are certain scenarios where I am a big stickler for the rules. And like, okay, I ruined a date once. Let's put it that way. I was on a date once. Like, this sounds so cheesy. We were on one of those like Ferris wheels. Okay. And guys, I have some issues with heights. I got to tell you, I have issues with heights if I have to think about the heights too much. So like if I'm going up really fast and down really fast, I'm okay with it. But if I'm stuck really high up, I will start getting nervous. Anyway, so I was on this Ferris wheel with a date, okay? And it was actually like a double date. There were two of us. And like the date and like the other two people kind of knew I was nervous. And then like you know, you're not supposed to like rock the I don't know, the thing you're on the Ferris wheel. And I don't want to rock it, but they were like, ho, let's rock it. We're going to rock it back and forth. And I'm like sitting there like, no, stop, stop, stop. Like I'm trying to get them to stop. And like I like started yelling for like they're supposed to be my friends and shit. And like I gladly threw them under the bus. I gladly threw them under the bus. Like when we went back around and they were like, and I kept asking them, stop shaking it. I like looked at the operator of the Ferris wheel and I'm like, they keep shaking it. They keep shaking it. I like immediately threw them under the bus. Okay. And I know I'm a bad person, but ain't no way I'm dying on a goddamn Ferris wheel, even if it's my friends and my date making me die. I'm sorry. I'm going to follow the rules, all right? I am far right wing when it comes to the rules on like a Ferris wheel. I will throw you under the bus immediately. Do we understand? Okay. All right. Just saying, like, okay. By the way, I was not the, I would sometimes have, when I was a teacher, I would have to go on like, yeah, lawful evil. There you go. I would occasionally have to go on field trips with like my classes, like the seniors or whatever, to like Cedar Point. We would go on these field trips to Cedar Point, and I would not be the funnest teacher to go with on a ride because I would always make very clear to the students, beforehand. I don't like every ride. I'd be like, okay, kids, Mr. Mr. Sam, I'll use my first name here, can be a very nice guy. You do not want to see Mr. Sam if you do not follow the rules on the roller coaster, okay? Okay? You will be leaving this park immediately if you make me nervous in this small, like, okay. So, would not be the most friendly person to the students on these rides, and they almost always listen to me because they knew what the consequences were if they didn't. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah. So Ohio is called the roller coast because we have a lot of roller coasters and a lot of like theme parks here. All right. But anyway, other than that, guys, resist authority figures, but be obedient as Pete Hegseth is to Donald Trump when it comes to rides. Okay. Okay. All right. Just a note there. Okay, I'm sorry. That was kind of a rant. Yeah, Cedar Point, Kings Island. There's also, I think there's a Six Flags in Ohio too. We have a lot of shit like that. Anyway, I will report you to the authorities, folks, if you dare make me nervous on a ride, okay? My best friend is Ethiopian, and one time he was drunk in the back seat and shouted the N-word. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Yeah. No, 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 Oxpepper. Oxpepper. Jesus, Oxpecker. Yeah, no, thank you. You can't do that. Yeah, that's not good. I'd be pulling over. So Oxpecker says, my best friend was Ethiopian. One time he was drunk in the backseat and shouted the N-word way too many times in a country bumpkin accent while he couldn't be seen through the backseat window because he was lying down. And I thought it was funny sounding like Larry the Cable Guy on a racist ramble as too pale. Yeah, I don't want to be, no, I wouldn't do that. I'd be like, okay, we're pulling over. I don't want to be killed because one of my friends thinks it's funny to make a racist joke. I would have trouble with that. I got to tell you, I would struggle. Okay. I'm the Pete Hegseth of Ferris wheels. How dare you, Gwen? That's when you hit the brakes and punch him, right? Yeah, Oxpecker, I get that. But like even in high school, I was kind of weird that way. I was like, even though I was a punk, like I wore the chain and everything. No, I get it, Oxpecker, but like, and that's what teenagers do. But even at the time, I was kind of like, I don't want to do that, right? We're not going to do that. Anyway, you guys, I was kind of the killjoy in that regard. All right, I'm going to put my face up, guys. So I'm going to get off now, guys. We've been going for 4 hours and 43 minutes. I'm going to go eat. I'm very hungry. And tomorrow I will be back on, as always, on Friday. We don't have a Kahoot tomorrow because we had a Kahoot last week, but we'll have something fun. We'll do something fun. Okay, we'll do something fun tomorrow, though. I've never felt the need to use gamer words. Yeah, me neither, Wizards, Bread, but never really. It's not really, even like when I was a teenager, it was more that I didn't want people to target us for their like for them doing that, because I didn't want, okay, guys, I'll see you all tomorrow. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the top of the chat. I love you all very much. Try to find some joy out there in the world, okay? And whatever. Okay, everything's terrible. Okay, love you all very much. Free Palestine, guys. Free Palestine. Free Sudan. Free Ukraine. Free Iran. Liberate Venezuela. Allah save Iran, I guess you could say, all right? And never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Free Cuba, there you go. And to resist authority figures, don't blindly believe them. That includes when you watch me. I'm not. You know what? Yes, I do raid. You know what? I will raid. Please stay around, guys. If you're on Twitch, I'm gonna raid. So please stay. Okay, for the Twitchers out there, please stay. I'm gonna raid. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Okay? Do not let them walk all over you. Don't be a slug. Fight back. Okay? Who should I send you guys to? Who should I send you guys to? Who do we got here? Who do we got here? Oh, there's not many options. Hello, Sasha. Is anyone... Oh, really? I see that very nice TV just got on. Okay, let me take a look here. Are these good lefties, Ox? Are these good lefties? Let me see here. All right, so we'll try very nice. Copy. I'm just gonna look up this person real fast here. Give me a second here, guys. For those that are on Twitch, please hang around for a second. Okay, sure, let's do that. We'll do very nice TV. Operation Epstein Thury Hassan. Oh, Latina. Da, 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 da. Okay.
Maybe
yeah.
we call him something.
We'll send to her. We'll send to her. This looks good. Okay. I got you. There's a good lead, but they are on all day. Okay, perfect. So I'll send you guys to her. She looks great. She looks like a lefty. It says Hassanabi, English, Latina. Okay, I'm just looking at the keywords here. All right. Wow, she has 1,000 and... Okay, well, we'll send to her. All right. We'll do that, guys. What was I going to say here? So, everyone, I love you all very much. Have a good rest of your day. Everyone, get ready to raid. For those that are on Twitch, we're gonna be raiding. Represent me well. Represent me well, okay? Be good. Represent me well. What is the name? We see here, how to raid. I have to remember the code I have to use here because I'm a boomer. It is raid. That's right. Raid followed by... sorry, I just got to remember it. I know. I'm old. Okay, we'll do it this way. So, raid. Paste raid, and then we'll do raid the channel. The channel is very nice TV. Okay. All right. Everyone ready? The raid is beginning. Please join the raid. For those that are over on Twitch, let's go raid another creator and help expand our community in a war of conquest against this other creator. Okay, not conquest. It's cooperation. Everyone ready? Raid begin, guys. I will see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And for those that are over on YouTube, I love you very much. I love you very much. Okay. Hope you have a good rest of your day. All right. Bye-bye. Oh, there we go. If I can figure out how to end it. There we go. Bye-bye.